Vosh, did you get some sleep or not? Kind of. I went to bed at a reasonable hour, woke up at 5 a.m. with a raging headache. Tragic, I know. So I'm counting this, and then I fell asleep again after a while, and I woke up again at like noon because I turned off my alarm. If you wake up at 5 a.m. with a headache and you have the opportunity to sleep in, you're going to take it. I did take it. And, here I am, kind of risking a headache again. I think it's a testament to my tenacity, personally. I'm not a very resilient person when it comes to headaches. One might say it's actually the least resilient aspect of my life, anything having to do with headaches. My class got canceled today, so that's cool. Woo! No one could afford the gas to drive their kids to school. I'm already several chapters into Between Two Fires. Did you lock in or not? Dog, I only got the book like an hour ago. Oh, I forgot the lights. Ooh, there you go, doing it reverse. Just got it. Can't read that fast. Turn on. There you go. Turn on. What do you want from me? Eesh. What the fuck is with my hair? The mirror symbol thingy is messed up. The mirror symbol thingy was not meant to be a permanent feature. Which is the other book? The red one. There we go. Are you weak to psychic type damage or something? I would think, if you're a veteran of my streams, I think that you would be keenly aware of the fact that I am weak to psychic damage. Yeah. I think I am definitely some kind of is fighting type weak or vulnerable to, I forget, because Pokemon's a bad game for children. Slop game. But like weak? Okay, yeah, fighting type, for sure. Both? Okay. Really good article on how the Iran war and the AI bubble intersect. From The Atlantic, the same illustrious paper that published the Canada is experiencing a polite pogrom against Jews article just the other day. We taketh and we giveth away. Oh boy, Vosh has started a war with the Pokemon community. I just think it's a little bit fucked up that Pokemon is far and away the most profitable franchise in human history all around the world by like orders of magnitude, like more than Star Wars, more than everything. And in spite of that, every single Pokemon game was made with a budget of $10. I think that's fucked up. I think it's really fucked up that they've been getting away with that for so long. There are like 50 Pokemon games, and most of them are just the same game. I'm not like principally opposed to the concept of Pokemon. I just think that they've been phoning it in for a very long time. I don't know why it's controversial to say that. It's obviously true. It's Disney adultism all again. That's true. I don't know why I'm scrolling through this like I'm reading it, because my ass is not reading this shit. Free Palestine. You were playing Pokemon Go just like the rest of us in 2016? Yeah, because that was a different fucking game. What do you mean? That was the one Pokemon Go game, as opposed to the 50 identical Pokemon games. America doesn't seem to be doing that well in this war. No. It's really, really, really not. I think the extent of the damage is being covered up right now, or that's a bit of a dramatic word. It's not being reported on widely. But a lot of our staging grounds across the Middle East right now are being bombarded, and it's making a lot of them like not very useful. Troops are evacuating. We've evacuated tens of thousands of personnel in the Middle East, bombing airfields. A lot of our planes and helicopters were just kept openly because, as it turns out, like in modern war, in order to maintain air supremacy and like regionally position your aircraft and your helicopters and your ammunition and so on, you have to like actually put some effort into it. It's not like the old days where you could just build a fortress, you know? You can't just build a fort and put all your stuff in it and then you're hunky dory. You know, you have to hide it. You've got to build like multiple. You've got to build them in the mountains and the forests. You've got to like, you know, you've got to do something. Did you say Trump? Did you see that Trump said he will stop attacks on Iranian energy plants? I'm gonna be real. I don't give a fuck what Trump says. I'm super bored. I'm over that. I'm in my new era. We know that he just said literally everything he says is just another market pull. Like every single time. It's happened over a dozen times in the past month. There's literally no the only official government the rhetoric or announcement we get in this war, it comes from Iran, the Iranian government. That's it. That's the only place we're getting any information from. There were close to 40,000 U.S. troops in the region when the war started, and Central Command has dispersed thousands of them, some to as far away as Europe, American military officials said. But many have remained in the Middle East, although not on their original bases. They're fleeing. We're our beautiful Middle Eastern forts. We're fleeing them. Hiding in hotels? Yeah. Hezbollah's aura farming hard against Israel in the north. Oh, yeah. And we'll talk about Israel in a bit. So we're using civilians as human shields? Dog. We always have. The American and Israeli militaries have always been either next to or worked in coordination with civilian sites. Also, that's a feature of every military ever. Like, there are military contractors. That's always been a thing. This hysterical rhetoric of like Hamas being uniquely... Hamas has done what every single guerrilla militia has ever done in all of human history. From now to like back when humans were fighting with spears and rocks, okay? Literally, it's always been that way. All the rhetoric you heard about how Hamas is uniquely evil, they hide their shit here and there, complete insanity. I there's the one like TikTok from that Israeli piece of shit who was like, you know, mourning the militarization of their highly militarized military base, and they were walking by like an elementary school that had tanks parked in it, and the irony of the situation was completely lost in her. She was like, oh, look what the Muslims have forced us to do. Look at this. And it's like a bunch of tanks parked in a fucking playground or something. Everyone hides their military items, dipshit. It came free with your tactical war planning. That's the funny thing. Like, now we don't, and that's why we're losing them in the Middle East, you know? In Qatar, Iran struck Al Udeid Air Base, a regional air headquarters of U.S. Central Command, damaging an early warning radar system. It's like all of our military equipment. It's like we never developed a strategy that worked against what if they just bombed us, because all of our regional command posts were built before drones. Not all of them, but like a lot of them. So our assumption was either like they can't afford to missile strike us, or if they did, it would start a regional war, or they would have to get air superiority over us, in which case, like, good fucking luck with that, you know? And Iran doesn't have air superiority, and they never will, of course. Can't compete with us on that front, but they can send drones. It's all it takes. They just pepper them, you know? All of our extremely expensive equipment, you can just pew, 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 cost nothing. $5. $5, you take out a fucking THAAD, you know, air defense system. Why not? $50 billion down the drain. Ukraine was telling America its bases were vulnerable for years, and they got told to shut up and let the big boys show them how it's done. Yeah, essentially. So drones have made classic military bases irrelevant? Yeah, I mean, effectively, yes, right? Well, not just drones, but like readily available, inexpensive rockets. But like drones are the big ones. Drones are the big ones, yeah. It hasn't made, I shouldn't say that's made them like obsolete. It's more like you have to really rethink how you position them, because now any equipment you leave out, no matter how far behind enemy lines it is, can be struck. The Russians have been learning this. For years. The Russians have been like, shame the front line is 100 miles from anything worth hitting in Russia, but then they get reminded, like, Ukraine isn't fighting with artillery, they're fighting with drones. So then they hit some fucking refinery 100 miles in. Sorry, my cats are having a duel to the death. I hope they're okay. Hope they're doing good. It's okay. I don't hear hissing. I hear like trilling, you know? Like that. Who's winning? I don't know. I just hear it. I can only hear it. If I don't hear hissing, then I have to assume River's winning it, because River's a bitch when it comes to losing to Bagheera. Speaking of Ukraine, it kind of pissed me off that Ukraine decided to help the U.S. defend Israel, even though it was so telegraphed they'll be backstabbed, and guess what happened? Yep. Pentagon considers diverting Ukraine military aid to the Middle East. It's not fair to Ukraine because they're so reliant on the West, and the West is utterly cucked to Israel, so Ukraine must also be cucked to Israel. But, like, you do have to draw a line in the sand eventually, right? You do have to... I know it's not fair at all, but like, there is a moral order here to the world, you know? And as hard as it is, you do have to put your foot down at a point. Ukraine's getting more leverage with their domestic weapons production? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I guess the lesson here is that we're not doing very well in the Middle East right now. While the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan and the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, for example, were often targeted in suicide bombings, neither the Taliban nor Iraqi militias possess the kind of ballistic missile capabilities that Iran has. Kurhyuk. During the war in Iraq in particular, the U.S. built up its bases there and in Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Now the war in Iran's made all those bases vulnerable to the point where service members can't really live or work there for extended periods. The lack of better planning, some military officials said, also reflects a miscalculation on the part of the administration about how Iran would respond. The Trump admin did not reduce staffing at American embassies, insane, and other facilities in the region before the war started, or order departures for non-essential government employees and family members, nor did the State Department warn Americans to steer clear of the region until after the war began. Just nothing, no plan, literally just like they started this war with all of the plan, it was actually a completely unplanned little diversion, you know, just a little expedition. Military officials said American refueling tankers were rushed to the war with little time to orient or practice in the region before getting thrown into round-the-clock operations. Phew! 20-minute adventure. It's crazy to me. I remember when some retired generals were talking about how Iran putting air bases under mountains was a bad idea because they could just use bunker busters. Now it's totally vindicated because drones are a bitch and they just dug deeper. Yeah, seriously. No, it's for decades we have operated as though we are like immune to geopolitics, and finally it's catching up to us. American military supremacy will never recover from this. Like, or the perception of American military supremacy will never recover from this, I should say. Yeah, that makes me psycho. The doctrine of maintaining air supremacy is genuinely like 40 years out of date. Not 40, I guess, like 20 or 30. But like the idea of how do we keep our territory from getting bombed? Well, you just keep planes from flying over it, man. Yeah, okay, well everyone, you just pilot a fucking RC chopper over to the thing. So China's the big dog now? Well, China's military equipment isn't more advanced than ours, and we don't really know operationally how they perform because they haven't been in like a real conflict in a while. Certainly not since they industrialized the point that they have now. However, they do at least have factories to like rebuild stuff they lose, you know? So I mean that's just a point to their favor, right? Like it's a, you know, it's a little A little helpful there. They can build stuff. That's ridiculous. Air superiority is still massively well superior. Yeah, but the doctrine has been that if you maintain air superiority, you get to do what you want. But that's not true. We have air superiority over Iran. We absolutely do. We can fly sorties all day over Iran. We have very, very advanced fighter jets. It just doesn't fucking matter because their drones cost like $20,000. So they don't have to shoot our planes out of the sky. They wait for the planes to land, and then they beep, 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 a drone over to our air bases, you know? The strategy is completely shifted. Feel like you don't need to exaggerate every point you make to signal America is evil and struggling militarily. What did I exaggerate? What the hell? I'm under attack. Very much like American air bases in the Middle East, commanded by Central Command. I'm under attack right now. What are you attacking me for? What am I exaggerating? Middle East. America will never recover militarily. No, I said the perception of America's military superiority will never recover. Why don't you have to listen to what I say. I never said we will never recover militarily. We haven't even lost that much equipment. The perception that America is like an unbeatable military hegemon will not recover from this. Until some new technology is developed that completely rewrites the balance between drone warfare and like traditional military bases, I don't think that we're recovering from this in terms of our like perceived superiority. Every once in a while, technology advances and you get like a new kind of, like for a while, castles were just OP as fuck. Like you could, if you built a castle, you could just sit in it for a year and nobody could do anything, right? But then like we made cannons. The humble cannon. So you'll stop sucking off aircraft carriers then? Well, they are really cool. We're so smart. Come on. They are cool. Another Hezbollah FPV drone. What the fuck? Dude, it's straight out of Ukraine, dude. Beep beep beep. Yeah, that tank looks sick. All tanks look cool. Unfortunately, I don't know how useful they are. No. I mean, they're still pretty useful, I guess, but drones are so fucking imba, dude. Drones are so fucking busted. Kowalski, what is your source that American military procurement exceeds China's? I've never seen any source indicating that. Um, like every time I read anything about American military manufacturing, it's like we have one factory that produces a particular kind of ammunition, and it produces like two per day or something. It's really, it's been out of work since like 2013. You know, China doesn't spend shit on its military. Okay, but like the point of this conflict is that you don't have to. Iran is not a wealthy country. Drones aren't expensive. You don't need to spend $50 trillion on the new, on like a F-35 program or whatever. You can just mass manufacture drones, and it works. People to hold land, drones to pepper the front lines. You like we're not getting the bang for our buck with every $1 billion jet now. What are you even attacking that's worth that much money? We're the largest bullet manufacturer, but it's privately purchased. Okay, yeah, but that's like American hunters and stuff. That's like Americans shooting police officers and stuff. I mean, like military equipment, not like 9mm rounds. I don't think we're gonna run out of 9mm rounds. Yeah, we produce high volumes of ammunition used in school shootings. We do not produce high volumes of military grade like ordnance, you know? I mean, 556 and 223 are the same note. Yeah, but that's not how war works anymore. Um, War is fucking lame and gay now. Oh, anyway, I did have a point. Sorry. I did have a point to end on all this with. Republican support for the war is not as hegemonic, or sorry, as uniform as you might think. Um, every time, for some reason, every time the media polls Republicans on their support for the Iran war, they poll MAGA Republicans, which is retarded because any Republican that self-identifies as a MAGA Republican won't disagree with Trump on anything. Like the support for the war from MAGA Republicans will always be 100% because MAGA Republican is a self-describing, it's a term that describes people who agree with Trump on everything. Few in GOP support ground troops in Iran. Percent of Republicans who favor or oppose the U.S. doing the following when it comes to war in Iran. For conducting airstrikes against military targets in Iran, only 63% support. That's too much. I'm not defending them. However, I bet you've been seeing almost exclusively like 100% support. That's only for MAGA Republicans. For people who are Republicans, 63%, and this is for military targets. Military targets. 59% conducting targeted airstrikes to kill Iranian leaders, 38% sending government funds to aid Israel's military, 38% of Republicans sending government funds to aid Israel's military. 38%. Keep in mind, this is a position that Democrats are in lockstep on. It's 38% support with Republicans, and Democratic politicians are still like, nah, we revere Israel. Infinity money. 20% deploying U.S. troops to the ground to fight Iran. Now, obviously, we have a big, like, neither chunk, an undecided chunk here, for sure, which means that these people will probably shift over, like, you know, a lot of them will shift positive. Like, if we deployed troops to the ground in Iran, if we took Karg Island, I bet a lot of these undecideds would shift over to approve because Trump, like, daddy said so. But I just think it's important to remember that this war is not as, like, uniformly popular as people think it is. I was but a young boy. When we invaded Iraq, but back then support for the Iraq war was like the fucking mandate, dude. It wasn't just politicians, it was everyone. You had if you were not in favor of the Iraq war in a lot of social circles, you had to keep your fucking mouth shut, basically. But right now that's just not the case. And I think even with Republicans, you know, I really don't think you're seeing people on the ground, like regular people who are supporting this, like, enthusiastically. Yeah, I mean, the politicians and the freaks who they put the cameras in the faces of, but by and large, I don't think this is a super popular war. The media does seem to be doing so much heavy lifting and manufacturing consent over this. Yeah, because the media and the politicians are the ones most directly connected to the suicide cult, right? Like, they're having a harder time selling this to the average person. But yeah, like, the average person in media or in government is much more directly connected to this big maelstrom of, you know, lobbyist influence and, you know, evangelical religious posturing and so on and so forth that motivates the whole goddamn thing. Yeah. My boss said he had to fight a guy because he said he was against Iraq. Really? Damn. Worries about gas prices are higher? That's not surprising to me at all. Trust in Trump remains high among Republicans. About three-quarters of Republicans approve of Trump's handling. Man, I feel like people are really underselling how low this is. You mean 1 in 4 Republicans disapprove of the president in their cultish, like their personality cult of a party? I like that's again, three-quarters is too much, but this is more of a schism than people really talk about, you know? Degree of media complicity. People like Harry Enton, they talk about like Trump's broader unpopularity. I think more people need to focus on the Republicans who are breaking free here, you know? It's kind of a meme reaction image a little bit, you know, showing a missile like 1 picosecond before it. Nothing. Average American. Sharon Fuller, 68, is a firm backer of the president and approves of his handling of the job as well as the war in Iran. A retired hospital analyst from Ocklawaha, Florida, Fuller expressed some reservations about the war, but called Trump a huge patriot and said she's been impressed with how the stock market has done since he became president again. Well, it's down like 10% since Pam Bondi's infamous, we don't have to prosecute pedophiles because the stock market's at 50,000. So, you know, take from that what you will. Support for Iraq war over time, it peaked at 72% in 03. 72%. Meanwhile, the highest the Iran war ever got was like, what, 35%? Ooh. Yeah. The Iraq war was more popular 5 years in than the Iran war was when it started. Insane. Anyway, I don't know. I think it's important to remember that, like, as much as the media doesn't make it seem like it, you know, you watch CNN and they have analysts on who are like clearly drooling at the idea of, you know, handing the world over to Israel. People don't actually like it that much. One second. I said I'd send the first segment over to my editors. What are we doing with this one? Probably leading with the end in mind. Even Republicans are starting to break with Trump over the Iran war. Republicans are starting to break with Trump over the Iran war. Something like that. Don't send it to them. Fuck them over. Tempting. Tempting. What is the job of an editor to a live streamer if not to deal with their flippant bullshit? I'm just kidding. I would never. Sent. Or like. Chart is in the thumb. Maybe we should cool it a bit with the all caps titles. Every time I say I'm so mad at you guys because when the video went out, Iran will not let Trump leave this war, I suggested they add a meme thumbnail, the one where Darkseid is grabbing Superman's cape as he tries to walk by, and it got outperformed by just another picture of Trump with text over it. So basically my point is, like, I hate you people. That one was good. Well, not according to the analytics. The analytics said that it was ass and garbage and shit from a butt. Maybe you're shit from a butt. Fuck you. Trump has a funny face. That is true, for sure. Chuck Schumer just shared this poll to encourage his email list to support Janet Mills' campaign. Dude, Janet Mills is getting fucking dog-walked in the recent polling. What Schumer didn't mention is this, that the only electable candidate in the race, Graham Plattner, is up 11 points in the same poll. Graham Plattner is going to win. And I'm on the original Graham Plattner hype train, because my position remains that you could have as many totem comps stamped all over your body as you want, but you're still, for that, by like less bigoted than any liberal Zionist in outcome, you know? Like last time I checked, the only existing Fourth Reich in the world right now is in Israel. So I don't know. Like, it seems to me like that's where the... Could see the Groypers were voting for Plattner over that tattoo. Listen, as long as he keeps the Groypers out of his fucking comms team, okay? I've also been seeing the vote blue no matter who centrist lives on Twitter freaking out saying they'd rather just run Mills. Okay, what is it with Blue Sky users and hating Graham Plattner? What the fuck is up with that? Every time I see screenshots of people talking about Graham Plattner from Blue Sky, yeah, it's like blue MAGA freaks who are like calling him like an actual Nazi. Blue Sky is so cursed. I can't believe some of you people try to convince me to go over there. That place is fucking insufferable. It's made up of like the worst elements of everything left of center, all mashed together, even when they're mutually exclusive. Like there are like the Tumblrite woke scold sensitive types, and there are the blue MAGA vote blue no matter who unless it's Mamdani types, and there's a bunch of Zionists, but like the kind of particularly insufferable Zionists who think that they've invented the one form of Zionism that isn't basically just neo-Nazism. Like it's really bad over there. Didn't you say we needed old Tumblr back at one point? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Dana. You sound crazy. Twitter's bad too? Yeah, but at least it's fucking funny. You're funny? Yeah, and I'm not on Blue Sky. Oh, speaking of Graham Plattner, did you guys see the Progressive Victory posting? Now that it's public, I can talk about it. The Progressive Victory is hosting a big old panel with a bunch of cool people, including myself. And by cool people, I mean like a lot of people. It's like multiple panels that are stacked out over the day. Look at this, man. Salam Badi, Crystal Ball, Chakrabarti, Abdul Al Sayed, Hartzell Gray, Ro Khanna, Oliver Larkin. I'm reading the text down here. Hassan Piker, haven't heard of him. Graham Plattner, Nina Turner, Vosh, weird. Emma Vigeland, Jeremy Whalen, and more. Look at that. Isn't that cool? That's in 2 days. Thought you didn't talk to people anymore? Yeah, well, they asked me. That's pretty neat though, right? Taking a pic from before the fashion arc. I see you. Why Vosh not your name? Because everyone knows me by Vosh. If they put Ian Koczynski up there, they probably wouldn't. A lot of people would have no fucking idea. They actually have a good pick of you. Yeah. From when this is from a PV event. This is from when I went over to Washington D.C. and I interviewed Ro Khanna, along with Emma Vigeland, right? Yeah. I forget who's doing what panel, but if I'm talking to Graham Plattner, I'm asking him if that's his real voice. I gotta confirm. You have a good relationship with Emma? I don't think I've ever said a negative word about Emma. I met with her like twice, I think. Is that one time in DC and one time in Baltimore? She's really nice. Yeah, I like her. Yeah. You can start now. Now's the time to start a beef, like 2 days before. Yeah, we could do that. What kind of name is Emma? Sounds like M&M's. It's fucked up. See if that does anything. Can't believe Vosh is front and center. Hey, I'm not exactly a small channel. Also, I do have a good relationship with Progressive Victory. I've kind of been there for like the whole time. Let me lap it up a little bit. Let me lap it up. What do you think's getting more hate from Blue Sky when this drops? Plattner, Hassan, or Vosh? I am surprised that Hassan said yes. He's not in my panel. I'm not talking to Hassan, which is probably for the best for both of us. We're not next to each other. Probably for the best. No, you don't want that. You don't want that. Where will the event be streamed? I mean, I'll probably be streaming. Where's Destiny? It's Progressive Victory. Anyway, like and subscribe. Also, get a fucking PV subscription, okay? think he hates everyone here. Yeah, he might actually dislike every single person here. I don't know. Does Destiny like Graham Plattner? We've all shit posted pretty close to the sun, right? He can't impugn Plattner for that. What is this? Who gave me a drama farming link? Who did this? And right before a shared panel. Come on. San said his Russia-Ukraine analysis ended up being correct. Da-da-da-da-da. How long is this? 3 minutes and 33 seconds. I don't know what the fuck this is. Seems dumb. It happens, Karmic, but you have to persist. That's the case for all political orgs. All canvassing groups, political orgs, DSA, whatever else. It's always you will never find any political advocacy group at any level of society, not from the very grassroots up to the very top, that is perfectly stable. The instability is just a natural product of the environment, you know? California could get a GOP governor if Dem candidates don't drop out. Yeah, it's funny as fuck. That's probably not going to happen. It's a jungle primary with 2 people in the runoff, right? So yeah, if Bianco and Hilton are the two like biggest options at the end, it's possible that it's a choice between them. Probably not going to happen, but it would be funny if it did. California is going to clap soon anyway, so let a Republican take the heat for it. I'm rooting for Stayer too. Yeah, he's my preferred pick. Look at the answers to the anti-Plattner Mills ad. While she was serving our country, Betsy was sexually assaulted. Graham Plattner, the rapist, would have blamed not women like Betsy. What the fuck? What's the implication here? Hold on. I mean, I agree rape is bad. I guess I assumed that Graham Plattner would agree with that statement. Leaked Zoom calling. Graham Plattner attack ad. Where's the attack? Is this the attack ad? Is it contained here? Maine governor goes hard at Senate primary challenger with a new campaign ad.
One of the most competitive midterm Senate races this year will be in a state Democrats have spent millions trying to flip.
I don't know if it's here. I'm looking. Okay, here Pod Save America is talking about the ad. Can you show the ad?
I think it is always a good thing to being in just more.
Oh, here we go.
Need to
take a look, and then let's discuss it.
Did you know Graham Plattner wrote that women worried about need to, quote,
not get so up they wind up having sex with someone they don't mean to.
It's disgusting.
Plattner wrote to avoid women should, quote,
act like an adult for sake.
Graham Plattner, seriously.
We blame the victim. That's a horrible thing to say.
Disqualifying. I have not seen this.
He's a bully.
This guy gives off a vibe.
Just no way I could vote for you.
No.
Graham Plattner.
This is an older ad, not the one you were looking at. So wait, Janet Mills put out 2 ads attacking the old Reddit. It's the same shit? And that both within a couple of days?
The closer you look, the worse it gets. I'm Janet Mills, and I approve this message.
Ancient woman. Jesus Christ. This is the new. Okay, so she just keeps going after.
I proudly served the United States Army, and I was raped. For all women who have ever been raped, the pain never goes away. Graham Plattner said women could avoid rape if they don't.
Oh my God, it's lit 2 ads over the same like decade-old Reddit comments.
Get so f***ed up, they end up having sex with someone they don't mean to. Mr. Plattner, I was not f***ed up. Plattner said women could avoid rape if
the totem composting. He literally apologized for the text. It's literally like, did you know he was a chud like 10 years ago or something? Not even a chud, I guess, just like a retard. I know he's a retard. He's still a retard. Yeah. Janet Mills supports Zionism and the mass rape of Palestinians. That is true. That is true. If you are a liberal Zionist, you support the rape state of Israel, which had the right to rape rally as the IDF continues to rape. Whereas the worst version of Graham Plattner is just a guy who personally has had some pro-rape values, you know, a decade ago, where she's actively promoting like the rape state now. So, you know, you have to fold everything into its proper context, in my opinion. It is meaningless. You know what? But this does explain why Blue Sky is acting the way that it does, because this is another perfect example of how the DNC constructed lib shit woke scolding as a way of diverting people from actual progressives. Like, I guarantee you Graham Plattner policy-wise will fight harder for women than Janet Mills. Absolutely, 100%.
They act like adults, for sake. The rapists are to blame, not women like me. Graham Plattner is unacceptable.
All the women in the first ad you saw are DNC party insiders. That's so cool. They couldn't, like, find real people. Look at Plattner's campaign's response. He called out Mills for fucking over rape survivors as governor.
I'm Janet Mills.
Hold on. How does Pod Save America talk about
Okay,
this?
what do you think? Think it's an effective ad? What do you think about going up with it now?
Listen, okay. I mean, I have a lot to say about this ad.
Go for it.
According to what I read on the internet, 59% of the Maine electorate is female as of 2020, which was admittedly 6 years ago, but still a lot of women.
I imagine it hasn't changed that much in 6 years.
A lot of women in Maine. And
Plattner's crushing Mills.
Let's just talk about the cinematography, the production of the ad. So the idea is simple: get women to react to a news story that's been out there a long time, but seems to have fresh legs based on the fact that this ad is coming out with there's this attack ad, but also there are clearly people in Maine that haven't heard these comments before, right? And women in specific. The woman who says
Janet Mills pardoned a rapist she defended unsuccessfully before becoming governor. You mean she was a lawyer defending a rapist and she lost and he went to jail, and then when she became governor, she was like, well, now I'm your super lawyer, and she pardoned him? That's cool. That's super cool. I love the power of pardoning. It's so effective. It does so much good for the world.
This guy gives off a vibe is like the chef's kiss moment for me in that ad. I mean, it really hones in on the fact that what he said is really distasteful and awful, and that it, I think, still carries a lot of resonance, not just because—
I'm pardoning him. I'm pardoning Graham Plattner of those comments. Can I do that? He wasn't found guilty of anything in a court of law. I think I can do that. The LGBTQ community, of which I am a representative, as much as it might make people mad, has forgiven Graham Plattner. Can I forgive him on behalf of the female community? Probably not, but I will anyway.
As we have someone who's found civilly liable for sexual assault as our commander-in-chief, but just generally it feels like we, in the second Trump administration, arguably beginning in the first, turned a page into a very violently misogynist American culture. And for progressives and Democrats to have someone who potentially could be on the ticket who has said, like, I would call it hateful, but at the very least misogynist like things about women who are and made them, made it an issue of social responsibility.
I just can't take this seriously from the same DNC establishment who promoted Cuomo, the hyper rapist, over Mamdani, even after Cuomo lost the Democratic primary. Like, Democrats are like the Democratic leadership will defend rape on every level structurally when it's convenient to them, and they only trot out this woke scolding when it's convenient to them, whenever they're going against somebody more progressive than them. Again, you never actually see this invoked in intra-party discourse. Like, I guarantee you that if there was another centrist Dem running for the Senate in Maine, they would not go after Mills for having pardoned a rapist or vetoed a rape kit bill. Like, it's not actually something they're interested in using against each other. They'll use it against Republicans because Republicans actually are more bigoted, and they'll use it against progressives as like a cynical way of splitting the coalition.
Responsibility and not violence directed towards women is like a fucked up thing for Democratic voters. So I think that part is effective, right? I think that the Mills campaign is right in thinking that there's still—
It's crazy that you can look like this and run for a 6-year government seat. She looks like a fucking skull. She looks like Graham Plattner would get drunk on deployment and get her face tattooed on his chest and then pretend not to know what it means for 15 years afterwards.
to be crass about it. There's still some powder that's dry here, like that can be used against, and not just some, but like maybe a potentially significant amount that can be used against Plattner. Like, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by the women in the ad. They come across as a little, not rehearsed, but like stilted. There's so many ways to capture like visceral,
ageist
real...
confirmed. I am super fucking ageist when it comes to American government positions. It is insane how many. Is it Maxine Waters? Who's the like 100-year-old black woman who's like, I'm the auntie in government. I'll never leave. Yeah, it's Maxine Waters.
Emotional reaction. This felt a little bit, I mean, it felt like they'd done a couple takes. I'm not saying that any of this was scripted, but it just didn't feel as naturally, they didn't feel as naturally aghast as I'm sure they actually are. And so I think that it watered down the potential impact of it somewhat, but I still think it's really fucking effective. I think it's like a problem.
So
I mean, it doesn't seem to be working. 8 investigates. Governor Mills rejects rape kit tracking bill, keeping Maine ranking last in the nation when it comes to reforms. That's crazy. Maine state lawmakers passed 35 new bills on Veto Day Friday. On Tuesday, Mills rejected all of them in a practice known as a pocket veto. I love our government. Among those 35 bills was an initiative to create a rape kit tracking system and do an inventory of untested kits in Maine. Supporters say they're crushed and disappointed that Mills didn't make it a priority. I don't know, man. Seems like Mills has done more to advance the interests of rapists than Plattner ever could have, you know?
Here's my take on it. I think this is totally fair game, right? Like, we are trying to pick the person who can best defeat Susan Collins.
Sorry, I'm out of loop. Is Graham Plattner someone we should be rooting for? Yeah, he's cool. I mean, he's like an idiot. But, you know, he's our idiot. He's cool. He's our guy.
Graham Plattner's biggest vulnerability is obviously all the things he said online, 7, 8 years ago, whatever it was. Like, that should be aired out. For people like you and I who not only follow this, but record podcasts and YouTube series about it once every 3 weeks. Yes. We're obviously very familiar with it, but I think it's fair to say that most people in Maine, and really the general, I would say there's certainly a percentage of the Democratic primary electorate in Maine who...
Well, if he's an idiot, is there no one better? No. Also, he's fine. He's cool. Whatever. I don't really care. I just don't give a shit about the show. I want people to restructure their thinking a little bit, because over time, and my perspective has been validated over time by this, okay? Factually, we need to start looking at institutional harm more than we look at affect. We have to look at effect more than affect, okay? This is why I've been making a lot of statements lately that making some people upset, but they are true. Like, being a liberal Zionist Democrat means that you have committed more... Democrat politician, not like a regular voter, means you've committed more time, money, support, and energy towards defending rape and murder than Nick Fuentes ever has, Like, Nick Fuentes, at the end of the day, is a popular advocate, a live streamer, closeted, but he's not in government, Whereas if you're a Democratic politician, the odds are you've spent literally decades advancing the material interests in a meaningful, powerful way within U.S. government of, like, the Fourth Reich, of a rape state that is trying to end the world. This is not in any way, shape, or form an intent to defend Fuentes, okay? It's just like, I'm really tired of comically evil people getting away with it for decades because they're like these nice old grandmas who can deploy idpol tactically in order to condemn their enemies. Like, are we being fucking serious here? Janet fucking Mills, the rapist partner, versus Graham Plattner, the guy with like shitty Reddit comments a decade ago? Is this seriously a conversation? Like, what are we... am I seriously meant to like compare these two in any way, shape, or form? We're obsessed with the affect over the effect, Do you think there's a place for civility, though? Right now, no, the world is ending. No, I don't give a fuck. I'm anti-civility. I'm actively... I think that the deference to civility from Democrats has actually, like, cost the nation a lot. Like people are dying because they insist on civility. If Democrats locked the fuck in and called Trump a child rapist nonstop, like 500 times a day from every single Democrat politician, Kamala Harris would have won in 2024. But they didn't, because they're playing the fuck around. Look at Mills' unfavorables. That's crazy, dude. She's the sitting governor, and her unfavorables are up at 54. 54. She's at minus 14 here. Graham Plattner is up 4. You've spoken to Plattner? Okay, I won't call him an idiot. I'll call him like our chud's son. How about that? Even though he's older than me and a veteran. And I'm like, he could call me the same, I think, with a little more legitimacy, I think. Don't you think it's a problem that the public opinion is that both parties are child rapists? Yeah, I think it's a huge problem that both parties are heavily tied to Epstein. Yeah, it's pretty bad, in my opinion. But, like, the Republicans are more Epstein affiliated. For sure. You can bring it up.
Not know about it. But the general election, you know, like the independents.
I think they meant how normalized it is to call people pedos over anything. I mean, I don't think that the term pedophile, I guess, should be like reduced to a meaningless insult because there is meaning behind it. But like the problem is that right now it meaningfully applies to like the entire government. Like the entire Republican Party and a significant amount of the Democratic Party are complicit in a broader cover-up where they were aware of and in many cases benefited from a financier's child sex trafficking ring and turned a blind eye to it. For decades and decades, they turned a blind eye to it. And only when political expediency, it was the Republicans who brought this to a head. It was Trump's own coalition. If Kamala Harris had won, I don't know if we would have gotten the Epstein files because it wouldn't have rode in on that like sloppulist wave that Trump heralded in 2024, you know? I don't know if we would have gotten the Epstein files. So like I consider that being complicit. In my opinion, I think that if you're sitting on a treasure trove of evidence that a significant number of people in government are actual like child sex trafficking, conspiracy, pedophile, deep state elitists, and you don't reveal that, I think you're complicit. And I think that's a fair statement, you know? You're literally the DOJ. Like, what is your fucking job? Oh, it's partisan. It's partisan to unearth the deep state pedophile I don't care. Then be partisan against pedophilia. You should be partisan against pedophilia, in my opinion. Christ.
The less engaged Democrats.
Biden and Kamala are not spiteful like Trump, though. That's the reason why. For one, Trump didn't want the files released. For two, it's not spiteful to prosecute pedophiles, man. Dude, you don't get it, okay? This is just Biden and Kamala going high. In my opinion, letting pedophiles run the country is not going high. That's actually very low. This is what I mean about the systemic harm versus the affect. Like, it looks like Biden and Kamala Harris are being civil by not reducing themselves to going after the Epstein file stuff. But in my opinion, prosecuting pedophiles is the highest high. That, like, it's you're not going low doing that. You're enforcing the law against the most evil people alive. But aren't you blaming the Dems a bit right now? Yeah, I fucking hate the Dems. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Wouldn't it be good if Kamala brought it up in the 2024 election? Yeah, that's what I'm saying she should have done. Yeah, no, I wish she had done that. I mean, I still hate Kamala, but it would have been nice if she did. But she didn't. The Dems only hopped on board the Epstein train after Republicans made it an issue. But wouldn't Republicans say, why didn't Biden? Okay, the Republicans say a lot of stuff. They're child rapist liars. They lie as easily as they breathe. Wouldn't Republicans say X? Republicans will always, always, always lie. They will never have a... You know why? Because we let them run. They shouldn't even be allowed to run. They're treasonous pedophiles. They should be in jail. They shouldn't be allowed to run. They should be in jail. Like, I feel like that guys, how does the DOJ go after pedophilia? After not going after pedophilia for decades, everyone in government is a pedophile. We can't form a coalition. Well, that's a fucking problem, man. And I don't think we should have let that happen. Okay, but why did Congress vote yes on the bill in both chambers? I think after the Republicans had made it enough of an issue, the Democrats felt comfortable jumping on board. and no Republican wanted to be one of the ones who voted against the release of the files after it passed the initial clearance to make it to the House floor. But almost no Republican was willing to vote for it being put to the House floor. Like, it was just like, what, 4 of them? It was Massey, Boebert, MTG. Wasn't there a 4th one, or was it just 3? Like, basically no Republicans were willing to stake their neck out for being the one to get it to the House floor. But after it passed that bar, they were willing to throw it forward. The signing thing, signing the discharge or whatever it's called. Nancy Mace, thank you, yeah.
Probably certainly don't know about. So it should be aired out in its full before the primary. I think the idea of having people react to clips on an iPad and then speaking, you know, this is Joe Biden did this a lot, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. I think this is a sort of a common way of doing online content now. It's sort of, I think it was kind of became popularized in The Last Dance when they were doing it with Michael Jordan. They would show him videos and he would react to it, and a lot of people have taken it since then. I think the problem with this ad, there are like a couple of things they did that I think were kind of dumb. You're right, those women are stilted in it because that's not their natural reaction. They're not actors. Even worse than that, they are local political activists who support Janet Mills, which was
not, yeah, like you said, DNC insiders. Like, why the fuck would you bring them in? Why wouldn't you just hire random people, you know? It doesn't really matter, though, because it looks like Plattner's going to win this in a landslide. Not to count my chickens too early or anything. An Emerson College polling survey released Thursday showed Plattner leading Mills by about 27 points in the Senate Democratic contest. That's in the primary, not the general. With Plattner receiving 55% support, Maine Governor Mills receiving 28% support. So it seems like it's already... It seems like it's already, like... I'm not saying it's locked in, but... It feels like it kind of is.
Like, there was a way to do this where you actually showed, you just brought camera crews out and you just showed it to women on the street.
Maybe Mills couldn't hire any actual rape survivors from the Maine population because she knew they would be mad at her for vetoing that rape kit bill.
And then had them react to it, and you videotape that, and then asked for, you know, get them to sign a release to be in an ad. You know, that costs more money, is more time intensive, more risky, but is certainly a better product than this. There's also like a mild controversy. I don't think this really matters, but that's not Graham Plattner's voice. He didn't say these things, he wrote them.
See, he also thinks Graham Plattner's faking it. That's what I keep saying.
People thought that was AI. The Mills campaign claims that it's a voice actor of some kind. That's just like a little thing that is like a little sloppy, I think. But other than that, I think the ad is pretty effective. Like, this is his biggest vulnerability. By all accounts, he is winning this primary. It's only right now, it's only a question of how much. And the Mills campaign has disputed this. They've pointed to other polling. They put out polling all the time. That polling is always only Mills.
What if Plattner's actual voice is lower? Graham, you can't possibly win this race. People will be distracted by your incredibly unnervingly deep tenor. What if I just brought it up a couple? What if I introduced a vocal fry that made it sound more alluring? You know?
And Collins head-to-head and Plattner and Collins head-to-head, and then they only really
focus
on
the high end? Oh, whoops.
What happens when you give them the negative information about Plattner and how that changes, which is a totally fair point. Like, that is what you need to know. But the fact that they're up with this ad in March is a sign that they are behind.
Yeah.
Negative ads work. If they didn't work, people wouldn't do them. They work less well in primaries, primarily because both candidates are usually liked by the Democratic Party electorate.
Not this time. Apparently not this time. Oh, man.
Is less well known, although he's more well known in Maine than I think you would suspect, just given the size of the state and how much attention he's gotten. The thing that bothers me that I think is a potential warning sign for the Mills campaign is if you do the ad and you're using all of these people who already work in politics and are sort of known political activists, you are missing your biggest vulnerability, which is that you are the establishment, you know, even putting aside the age question.
When the fuck is the Democratic primary in Maine? Plattner said previously Dems didn't approve of him running because They didn't ask permission. Yeah, we read this article. Graham Plattner said Democratic leaders threatened to rip my life apart before he launched his Senate campaign. It's Schumer, the DSCC, which Schumer, you know, effectively controls, the Senate minority leader. Schumer like was really invested in Mills running because I guess, I don't know, 80-year-old Zionists stick together. And yeah, no, they did like essentially threaten Schumer. He says that because he didn't ask for permission to run. It's like I've said before, the Democratic Party is very contemptuous of democracy internally. You know, Republicans love democracy internally and hate it as a principle. Like Republicans will defer to whatever the worst impulses of their voters are because all they care about is maintaining their margins. But Democrats think that the process of winning the approval of voters is this annoying, like inconvenient procedural bother that they have to get through before they can get to their real job, which is doing public-private partnerships. They treat appealing to their base like a chore. There is a reason why the vote blue no matter who style, like, Democratic Party infighting stuff, it only really happens with the Democrats, you know? Republicans are a lot more, I guess, the Republican Party is a lot more willing to capitulate to their voters, but for the Democrats, voters have to, like, swallow their bile to vote for them. A lot of them do, at least. I mean, there's a reason the Democratic Party is so unpopular with Democrats right now.
Truly the DSCC's candidate.
Yeah, the DSCC's candidate. You're the incumbent. There is people want change. They want someone outside the system. They want someone who's not associated with the leadership of the Democratic Party. And then when you do the ad, you lean into that weakness, right? Most people don't know that.
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah, but the fact that you didn't,
okay, the primary is June 9th. Damn, we still got a while to go. Holy shit.
See it, to me, is like a broader...
I can't fucking believe Elizabeth Warren endorsed... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misread. Yeah, Plattner secured endorsements from Martin Heinrich, Elizabeth Warren, and Ruben Gallego. I misread. I mixed two lines up. Okay, good for Elizabeth Warren. You're a fucking moron? That's true.
It reminds me of on Iowa caucus night when Obama beat Hillary. On Hillary's event, they brought out every
That's factual.
person who ever worked in the Clinton administration to be on stage with her. Like Madeleine Albright was over her right shoulder. And like we watched that and we were like, they still don't get it. They do not understand what the voters want. And I think that there was a potential warning sign for that about the Mills campaign. Having said all of that, this is a very effective ad.
Pod Save America breaking news is brought to you by ZipRecruiter.
Shut up,
What's
man.
the latest trend in hiring? It's
By the way, were the Pod Save dudes always jacked? I feel like every time I watch their stuff, I'm surprised because they're always wearing like tight thermals. I guess it's cold in their studio, and they're jacked. You know, like look at that. You can see the trap deltoid line right there. Good for them. Gallego? Okay. I Hispanic name, you know.
Skill-based hiring, which emphasizes
they can do 3 pull-ups. That's fucking based. I got a little elastic band because if you can only do 1 pull-up, you shouldn't practice pull-ups doing pull-ups. You should practice pull-ups doing like assisted pull-ups because you should be doing something you can knock out like 5 clean reps on and then progress from there. Otherwise, it's like you're stuck on 1 forever, you know? So I got like an elastic band. And I was able to hit 3. I don't know how much weight the elastic band takes off. My guess would be like 30, because it takes off more weight the lower I am, and then the higher up I get, the more my arms are doing the work, my arms and my back. So I could do like 2.5. I'm guessing it's taking off at max like 30 pounds, but I could be wrong. Have you tried doing vibes instead of pull-ups? I'm always doing vibes. I'm always giving. I'm giving vibes. Yeah. I can do 30 Hindu squats and 0 sit-ups. Nice. Do resistance pull-ups. They're almost as good. What do you mean resistance pull-ups? You mean, didn't I just say I'm doing that? With like resistance to help me, right? You don't mean resistance to hurt me because I can't do that. You don't mean a pull-up with like weight on me, do you? Yeah, so I don't need that right now. Weighted clothing pull-ups. Fuck that. Negatives? Yeah, negatives are good. Maybe he means pull downs. It's fine. It's okay. I've been working on my push-up form lately. You know the push-up where you do this, and then you lower your shoulders, and then you do this, so your biceps are facing forward, and that way when you do the push-up, your elbows stay close to you and stuff. I'm trying to get that form down. It's a little bit tough because I'm so used to doing pull-ups like this with like the chicken wing thing. But I was able to do 15 last night, which before when I switched to the new form, I could not do. I did like 10. So I'm up to 15. I think if I really lock the fuck in, I could do 20. Which is not very much, but we're getting there.
Capabilities over education and direct experience. According to experts, this leads to faster hiring and better job.
That's cool.
Are people going to care about what Graham Plattner said many years ago? Are they going to believe his answers about it? And on that, he went up with a response to that. So let's look at that ad and then
the debates
judge how we think people react to it.
If I saw these ads, I'd have questions. These are words and statements I abhor from a time in my life when I was struggling deeply after returning from war. These words are not who I am. So, Maine, I'm asking you not to judge me for the worst thing I said on the internet on my worst day 14 years ago, but who I am today and the kind of senator I promised to be. I'm Graham Plattner, and I approve this message, and I will not let you down.
What do you think?
Okay, let me just begin this by saying I think it is always a good thing when politicians own up to their transgressions and mistakes.
It seems like completely sincere. Like it's not. It doesn't seem cynical at all. It's really, really straightforward. You know.
And their missteps. That is fundamentally a good thing. And Graham Plattner has done that consistently in this campaign because he's made so many mistakes. But he has had to do this a number of times. And I think as a matter of like sort of strategy and ethics, I think it is generally a good idea.
I think that like, and this is going to be more the case, the farther into modernity we get. But like, this is going to be the case for more politicians. More and more politicians, especially Democrats, are going to be like normal people who have an internet history, just like everyone else does. And there's going to be weird shit. You're going to have politicians that have old like nudes linked to them or whatever. Lots and lots of stuff like that, you know? We're all going to have to get used to that future. The only reason we've held it off for so long is because we keep re-electing the same fucking octogenarian politicians. Most of the guys that we're electing right now are ancient, so they don't have an internet history.
However, like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, just kind of like, who are you today? What do you think about like sexual assault and sexual violence? Like, what do you think of those?
He probably thinks they're bad. I'm just guessing.
Comments. Just saying this was my worst day on the internet and in a terrible year at a terrible time is like that's sort of the predicate. That's the preamble to explaining how you think of sexual assault, what you think of I mean, I'm not saying you need to lay out a policy prescription, but he never actually addresses.
Well, but like, what do you think he's going to say? I feel like it would kind of read insincere if he was like, to be clear, I oppose rape. I mean, what do you like? I feel like this is the kind of statement where you can point at it and say, yeah, this was bad, and you can infer what he believes now from it. You know, how much time do you expect him to dedicate to that in a little ad?
The substance of the controversy, except to say, judge me by who I am today. Well, if you didn't know that Graham Plattner had made these comments, maybe you don't know that much about Graham Plattner today. It just assumes a lot on the part of the viewer. So in that way, I don't think it's effective. It felt to me like it was like you could hear the conversation at Plattner HQ, which was like, okay, they're up with this ad. Like, we're going to say what we've said before, which is like, you know, they're running the same play, which in its essence isn't a bad play. But I do think, I mean, maybe this is because I'm a woman and we have so normalized violence against women. We've so made it okay for candidates to just be like, I mean, we've reelected a man that said grab him by the that I would hold Democrats to a higher standard here. And I really think substantively, if not strategically, he falls short. If Graham Plattner is the I
just don't know what he really could have said in the format of a short ad that would have given the specific answer that's being asked for. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because wouldn't it have been really weird if he was like, these comments aren't me, to be clear, I don't think you're responsible for being sexually assaulted or raped if you get really drunk and walk around. I guess he could have said that, but that, I don't know, that feels really dumb to say out loud. Hey, everyone, just to let you guys know, if you're a woman and you get blackout drunk and you walk around, and if you get raped, it's not your fault. Like, I agree. I just think, yeah, it would be a little distasteful to maybe articulate on the point that concretely, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Democratic candidate.
No, I'm not shit talking her. I don't know who this woman is. I'm not like, we don't need to attack this woman. I'm just saying I don't really know what you could do in the context of that kind of statement to make your point forward.
It's not going to be because he assuaged voters' concerns about his thinking about women and it's because he's just the stronger candidate and managed to kind of like brush this aside. I don't think this is addressing, his statements in a meaningful way. And that disappoints me, even though this might be enough.
I think all those criticisms are 100% fair. If you're concerned about the substance, this ad does not address the substance. My gut is this ad was in the can. And I imagine that they have been waiting, like, they have the advantage of knowing this is the ad that's coming because his comments were so voluminous that you couldn't, it would be like the Saturday Night Live Gerald Ford diet skit. Like you couldn't do enough takes to get all of them. So this is the catch-all version of that. If they'd gone up with some of the things he'd said that on race or about calling himself a socialist or communist, whatever terminology used, you would use this ad too. So I think that is
one size fits all.
This is the catch-all version response ad. I think he does a good job to camera delivering it. I think he comes across as sincere. I think this is not enough to address, this is not sufficient to answer all of these questions, either from a substantive perspective, like what does he really think, and an electability perspective, because there's two ways people look at this. And Graham Plattner is, I think, this fascinating Rorschach test of would you and I stand on either side, is people look at him and think, oh, he made these comments a long time ago. He made mistakes. Those were bad. He is a changed man now. And then there are people who think he made those comments. Maybe he kind of still believes them, but he's changed what he's saying because he wants to run for Senate. I think you probably fall in the middle of those 2 points. I don't know.
There's a lot of data points that suggest he has a very specific character that perhaps extends beyond the trauma that he was feeling in that particular period in his life.
Could you elaborate on that?
Life. Do you know what I mean?
What would you say?
Well, I just mean like there are the racist comments. There's the Nazi tattoo. There's like like a suite of controversial.
Okay. I don't want this to be read the wrong way because the stuff that he said was wrong, but his Reddit comments weren't that bad. I'd be willing to bet a majority of men at some point have had that mental process because it's an extremely common way of thinking. It's just a matter of whether you grow out of it. The rape apologia, blaming the victim. Oh, if you get super drunk outside the club, like you're kind of at fault. What are you doing? That's like a really, 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 really common mindset, even among so-called progressive people. It's bad and wrong, but it's like, I don't know if it's fair to link this to, it's not really like hyper chud behavior. Maybe the standards have shifted a little bit now because the incel rhetoric is so common, but I feel like, I feel like I just remember that for a while when I was growing up, like in high school, that was almost everyone had some version of that view until they didn't. Does that make sense? Almost everyone had, like men and women, had some version of that view, and then they had to be challenged out of it. It was like the default assumption. And some people didn't get out of it, like some people didn't grow out of it, and some people didn't. Even the girls in high school had that view. It was very, very common. Like the victim, yeah, women absolutely do that. It's not just like a men on women thing. Obviously, like the idea, the victim blaming attitude is like just broadly common, I guess. More so then than now, I think. Maybe? I don't know.
Behaviors that make you wonder, what is this guy? What is this guy about? Now, but he is an incredibly compelling candidate and he presents himself as something different today. But that fundamental question, which without getting too philosophical here, is like, who are we really? And like, what comprises our moral core? Where does our compass, in what direction does our moral compass truly point, is maybe not answerable in the context of electoral politics. I digress.
And I think the fact that PTSD may be involved.
Everyone in the comments
adds to the
wants
complication
to-
of
yes.
it. Yeah,
Yes.
and it adds to the complication. And no one can really know. I have been persuaded on the Nazi tattoo from people like Ruben Gallego, who have been on those drunken tattoo getting trips. Yeah, and endorsed Graham Plattner. But he said that even before he endorsed Graham Plattner, he talked about this. So, like, I can believe the story that he. So I guess sort of the question people look at this is, you hear this a lot on the internet. Like, is he a secret Nazi? Right. I find that hard to believe that he is a secret
Sign
Nazi.
of the times that this is a debate.
Does he, then the other question is the one you're raising, which I think is a very fair and legitimate question, is like, what elements of toxic masculinity were certainly present then and are still present now? And how should you be held accountable for that behavior? That is a very fair question. And then there's this other thing that I cannot buy, which is that he is a secret conservative and he's the next John Fetterman. I think that is an absurd proposition. You hear that all the time. Like, we cannot
I get.
People said it about Tallarico too. Like, oh, he hangs out with all these Republicans. Like,
I feel like he's a little bit Plattner pilled. He sees the discourse on Blue Sky. You know? Anyway, I don't know. If all they have against Plattner is fucking old Reddit comments, all they're doing is guaranteeing that more independents vote for him after he wins the general. You know, the pro-rape constituency of Maine. Plattner is crushing Mills in the Democratic polling. Parentheses, it's over. Hashtag woke. Very good. Very good. Bit of good news. It's good to know that Plattner is probably going to win the primary. If he wins the primary, I'm confident in the general, but I'm very confident in the primary right now. All right, let's see. I'm trying to keep appraised of the literature a little more, and by literature I mean my own subreddit. What are we posting today? What are we on about? Plattner sweeping the Groyper vote? Based. Vosh glazes Spain a lot. That's true. We do spend a lot of infrastructure, one of the highest fiber internet coverage in the world by percentage of land area, one of the highest percentages of land accessible by road, great public healthcare system. However, we want to give some balance to Mr. Kuczynski's takes. More people have been calling me Mr. Kuczynski lately. Is this because I cover news? Do I need to cover more internet slop, like drama or whatever, for you guys to call me by my chosen name, Vosh? We have a massive looming problem with pensions, pensions, too many government workers, 17% of our working population are government workers. That's so fucking based. It's a very attractive proposition. At a certain level, funcionarios, a government worker cannot be fired. Huh. Not only that, but the government must make any possible accommodation for them. Okay, there is an element of truth to this. I do think that some of the European social democracies, and I'm being unironic here, make it too hard to fire people. Like, it to the point that it actually stifles the economy in a real way, not just in a stupid, like, stock market way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all for UBI and pensions and unemployment and stuff, but I think like in the Netherlands, if you get fired, the company has to pay you out like 18 months or some shit. That might not be true. It might not be 18, but it's like a really long time. You don't want to like actually make it impossible to run a business because you can't fire anyone. You know, imagine trying to run a coffee shop and you hire some people and then one of them turns out to be fucking crazy and it will literally bankrupt you to fire them. I don't know. Some of the best pensions and pay. You can do subpar work, come in anytime you want, work, come in at 9 a.m. to punch your time card, then leave for an hour to have breakfast. I do, I do think that, like, that is an issue, yeah. Those laws rarely get implemented. Don't fall for this right-wing propaganda. No, wait, I'm not talking about laws. I mean, like, having to pay people out if you fire them, or like making it difficult to fire people. I know that's a thing. Like in France, the Netherlands, and Spain, I've heard about it. I don't know. It might also be the case in Germany. Germany is overregulated to fuck. I watched a YouTube video on how hard it is to set up a business in Germany. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit, dude. The memes about German bureaucracy are insane. It is nothing to do with like protecting the public. They just like spreadsheets. I don't know what something wrong with their brains, man. I'm Dutch. That's not true at all. You get 3 months in the government. I've heard differently depending on the conditions. But I look, okay, I'm not pretending to be well versed in the subject. There are probably some laws that could need adjustment there. It's kind of like how in America, over-regulation at a municipal level makes it really, really difficult to build new stuff and actually fucks over communities in the long run. But the regulations initially sound really woke. It's like, oh, environmental review. And then it turns out that the purpose of environmental review in practice is to let chuds from the suburbs hold up your building project for 2 years because they want to use any excuse they can to keep black people from riding a bus into their neighborhood, you know? Oh God, chat's posting a lot. I've angered some people. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You do get paid for 2 years if you get sick? That's crazy. I'm sorry. I think part of that said he had a good time visiting Barcelona a year or two back. I really did. It was a bit of a red pill, a little bit, yeah. I think the thing that pissed me off the most about Barcelona is that I expected Tokyo to be different when I went there. And it was, and there was a lot of really cool stuff there. But I knew that Japan's work culture is bad and their economy is fundamentally different from ours. But Spain isn't that different. And they certainly don't have a demanding work culture, not relative to America at least. But in spite of that, they still have so much more invested, like as a percentage of their total wealth, invested in their infrastructural development. I only saw Barcelona, but I heard the same in Madrid and Granada and stuff. So I don't know. It just pisses me off, man. Vosh is just struggling against his envy. I do worry a little bit that the thing Japan meme has actually fucked over. Like, it's a thought-terminating cliche that has been deployed tactically to prevent Americans from recognizing that sometimes things actually just really suck in America. Like, a lot of America is fucking dog shit. A lot of American cities are just ass. They're horrible to walk around, horrible to drive around. Every level of their infrastructure is falling apart. They fucking suck. Everyone's depressed and miserable. Like a lot of people do forget that. And I worry that people, you know, it's like Think Japan. Okay, but like a better world is possible. I don't know what to say. It's not all about Japanese denim or whatever. Sometimes it's just really nice to have like a coffee shop or not have rent be $4,000 a month, you know? Actually, it's really funny. He has the stereotypical American abroad experience. Visit the country once, have a lovely time, immediately decide it's the best place ever. You people hate my ass so goddamn much. I haven't done that. I just said Barcelona's a lovely city. The city, you know what city I talk up more? New York City, which isn't abroad. It's in fucking America, okay? I just went to a cool city. It doesn't have to be. The quintessential American experience is living in a shitty car-dependent suburb, traveling over to Paris and going like, oh my God, it's amazing here. Why can't it be like this in America? And then going back home to your shitty suburb, being miserable and depressed, and then voting for a Republican who will continue every policy that makes this place contemptible. That's the quintessential American experience. I was an advocate for walkable cities before going to Europe. I still am. All right, good Reddit bit. Bosch lately. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work. That's fucking facts. Recent young adult literature arc. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if I can do this right now. They're basically written in a different language, not because that language itself is inherently more complex than ours. Here's the Charles Dickens quote. Do you really need to have a very high IQ to understand this? Yes, because you need to know a lot of now obscure historical trivia about 19th century England. I don't know, man. I feel like in the article, the problem people had with the reading comprehension with these two paragraphs from Charles Dickens wasn't just the references. Like, I have no idea what the fuck Michaelmas is. I'm not going to pretend. I don't know. I'd have to Google it or whatever. There are references here you wouldn't understand, but a lot of it was just like semantically they couldn't parse the metaphorical prose. You know what I mean? Like this one. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth, and it would not be wonderful to meet a megalosaurus 40 feet long or so waddling like an elephantine lizard up Holborn Hill. Like, that's not really a reference. That's more like the what the sentence says is like the streets were so muddy that they looked like primal. They looked like you know, Jurassic or whatever. They looked like there you could see a great big dinosaur waddling up the street. Like, I get that. That makes sense to me, you know. It's just like written in a way that's very evocative. But I feel like you should be able to get that without knowing anything about, you know, Michaelmas. But I agree. There's nothing like innately bad about good modern literature, I think. It's just, I don't know. It's whatever. You know what? I'm not going to talk about this anymore, I think, until I've read some more books, because I'm a poser. because I need to like, I need to dip my balls in the soy sauce, I think, before I start talking about how you can taste it through the sack. Read Ulysses, you coward. Fuck you. Trump in the ballroom. Is it still paused? The construction?
And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. You know, I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually,
that sentence flowed like an elephant in a china shop. It crashed the whole page on its way out. I assume you're referring to Trump here, because I thought the Dickensian quote flowed quite nicely, in my opinion. I even felt fancy while I was saying it.
It shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together.
Dude, he's really slimmed down, huh? Do you think he's on Ozempic, or is this just one of those like old people dying close to the end of their life? They eat 5 calories a day kind of thing. Meth? He's admitting there's going to be a data center to the White House. I don't think that's true.
And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building.
Just hitting the gym. Do you think he's hitting? Do you think he could do a pull-up? What does the military have to do with a stupid ballroom? People, I understand that this doesn't matter. Nothing matters, actually, and we're all going to die one day. But you all have to understand, the military is obviously going to have the say on any renovations done to the White House. Because the White House isn't just a building, it's a fortress that the military has installations in to protect the president and other people. Like, there's bunkers, there's secret like nuclear facilities under like that's the whole point of it. So the military is always going to have a say if you're building like a new wing to the damn White House. Yeah, but why would the military want it? He just says stuff. I'm just saying the military being involved in the development of a new wing of the White House doesn't really have anything to do with anything. They were always going to be involved. Dude, why the fuck am I so... Oh my god, dude. Hold on one second. It must be the sun went back in. No more heat. Need a sweater. Honestly. Constantly complaining about house temps, you finally become a Euro poor. Yeah, true. I think there's a way to run heat in this apartment, but I don't know how. There's like a dial somewhere. Okay, I turned to the right and the dial's right there. I feel like an idiot. I've lived in this apartment for a while now, and I haven't really looked at it. In my defense, I've never been in a house with a central heating system, so I don't really look to the wall to look for like the button or the dial. You know what I mean? For me, heating is you bring a mobile heater into the room or an AC unit or whatever else. Do you know where the breaker box is? No, I know about the breaker boxes. That's a necessity, you know. Thank you. Never had central air. Listen, I grew up in an old house, okay?
I want to ask you, like, how do you deal with people who might be disappointed because they voted, let's say they voted for you on the assumption of no wars, and then this happens and it's inconsistent with their wishes. What would you say to them?
Well, I have to do something in terms of making America great and keeping America great. And when you have lunatics with nuclear weapons and the power is beyond belief, I will tell you, as a president, I get to see it. My uncle was a great professor at MIT, and he knew more about nuclear at the time than anybody. He told me stories that were horrible in terms of the power, both beautiful in terms of putting it to good use, but really bad for destruction purposes. And his statements from years ago were, you know, he really got it. He really got it. He was a highly respected man. He was there for 41 years at MIT as a great professor, and he told me about a thing called nuclear.
Sorry. Oh my God, he's so fucking funny.
Saying, who are the gays for Palestine? And they have a significant amount of gays for Palestine. Now, I think I did very well with the gay vote. Okay, I even played the gay national anthem as my walk-off. Okay, for my campaign. And I think it probably helped me, but I did great with no Republicans ever gotten the gay vote like I did, and I'm very proud of it. I think it's great. Perhaps it's because I'm from New York City. I don't know, but...
Oh my God, he's so fucking funny. It is very funny that he's not homophobic. He's just not. He's obviously not. He's never... He clearly doesn't care. I don't think he cares about trans people either. He just had to get roped up in the rhetoric, you know. I just don't... It's not... He's a queen. New York City. Oh my God, is this real? Are we actually doing this? Trump's signature to appear on U.S. currency, Treasury says, ending 165-year tradition. Okay. Well, standard dictator things, I guess. No one uses cash anymore anyway. The first $100 bills with Trump's signature and that of U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be printed in June, following by other bills in subsequent months. Great, 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 great. That makes the money worth more. You talk like this isn't going to be a collector's item for people 20 years from now. Will it be in Sharpie? I hope so. That's the only way he likes to sign his shit, which I'm okay with. The overall design of bills will not change except for Trump's signature replacing the treasurer's, Treasury officials said. Our money's boring as fuck. Our money is terrible, dude. It's terrible, like, security-wise. You can probably find a CGP Grey video on it. I understood that reference. Nice. Ew, why the fuck is Vosh there? Get him out of there. Oh no, drama from the PV thing. I disavow a lot of what he says and has done from a reply. I disavow what he has said and has done in the past, but he's put in solid work in the past. I see him like a tool like I do any political figure, and as long as he does the work, I think he should be allowed to be involved. Men always do this, Lamau. He's not that important. No man is. All right. That's pretty funny. What have I missed out on, Fortress Harking? Is this the discourse we're on now? She right? She right. No. She's right for sure. Feel like I'm getting roped in with a pretty broad group, though. You know, a lot of guys out there. You need to transition. It's the only way. No, I'm not gonna give you people what you want. No, thank you. I'm not. I would not want to see the TTTT Han posting allegations that would come from that. Okay, I do not need to wake up to like 100,000 people doing a bit. That's okay. No, thank you. He's scared. You're not baiting me. You're not baiting me. It's not happening. Oh, man. Good news. Good news. How about some good news? Do we believe in good news? What's TTTT? The LGBT board on 4chan. It's the source of trans cell rhetoric. I don't give a shit, girl with a guitar. You know what I do give a shit about? The collapse of Israel. Israeli chief of staff warns that Israeli forces are on course to collapse. This is real, by the way. Not just a random post. It's quoting from an article here. Let me find Israeli chief of staff. Bring it here. Thank you. Course to collapse. Thank you. Thank you. Israel, not for long. No. Here from Haaretz. Thank you. Israel losing sway over Trump on Iran war course as IDF chief raises 10 red flags. Oh, wait, is this not what we're looking for right now? No, it's not. This is a different sign that things are collapsing for them. Zamir warns, give me the article. Give me the article. A client-side exception has occurred. Jerusalem Post is blocking me out, folks. Here we go. Here's the original article, not the commentary afterwards. Chief of Staff Zamir warns IDF will collapse soon due to lack of manpower, raises 10 red flags. They're having trouble. Real trouble. If there is no solution to the shortage of manpower, IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir warned in remarks during a security cabinet meeting held on Wednesday. I'm raising 10 red flags before the IDF collapses into itself. Now, there's two elements to this. On one hand, it makes sense that a chief of staff would be like, come on, guys, we need more recruitment. We're going to fall apart. We need more recruitment. Nazi said the same thing. But legitimately, Israel is facing a lot of stress right now. You know, they're very used to dishing it out, but not so much taking it, which is why the depletion of their interceptors and Iron Dome capabilities have led to a lot of disillusionment now that Iran seems to be able to strike Israel with, well, not with impunity, but a lot more easily than people were hoping, you know? Yeah, typical bullies. Also, they're having a severe manpower shortage. Meal Team 6, thank you. A severe manpower shortage because the IDF is, like, everywhere, you know? I mean, think about it. They have how many hundreds of thousands? They have, like, how many people in active deployment right now? Active IDF deployment. They've got people in the West Bank. They've got people in the Gaza Strip. They've got people occupying southern Lebanon. They've got people around the border. They've got people all over the fucking place. The military is looking to mobilize 400,000 reservists to shore up this. Yeah, they're moving to mobilize 400,000. That is a significant portion of the Israeli population. That's like, keep in mind that even in shithole-ass Russia, Putin has been wary about mass mobilization, though in that case it'd be conscription, not mobilization of reservists, but, you know, still. For just a small percentage of the population of the country. But this would be like, yeah, 5% of the population of Israel? They're still struggling with the Haredi population, which refuses to fight because they're fucking lazy. Haredi draft bill set aside amid war. Netanyahu announced from the beginning Operation Roaring Lion the draft bill would be set aside for unity reasons and would not be advanced during the war. It's actually a really big schism in Israel because a significant portion of Israel's population and also of their birth rate is Haredi Jews. So they would be outraged if they were forced to fight because these people won't even get a fucking job, right? If they won't even get a fucking job, they don't want to fight in a war, okay? That's not their smoke. But they're a significant enough portion of the population that it would probably lead to severe social unrest if you started drafting them. Also, a lot of them would probably, like, you know, frag their commanding officers. Also creating a lot of resentment from the non-Haredi population, which is, to be fair, a little bit justified. Not to say that, you know, the average Israeli should be happy about baby mulching, which is, you know, clearly their favorite pastime. But if I were a Hitlerite Israeli being drafted by the government to fight in the IDF, I would not be happy if like a third of the population got to skip out in it just by virtue of being part of the lazy Orthodox cult. You know? I would not be happy about this. They're also a massive strain on their welfare systems. Yeah, because they don't fucking work. It's crazy. Damn, they say Israel's far right, but they're doing work abolition in Israel, you know? That's very left. Won't the Haredi wives go fight for them? Nah. Former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, Yashar, exclamation point, said that implementing a law for mandatory service for all is the need of the hour. It is a moral imperative. Only it will return Israel to the right path, fulfill the IDF's mission, and safeguard Israel's security. Reservist party leader Yoaz Hendel said the chief of staff is right. Listen to him. Victory requires soldiers. The government repeatedly used the reservists as a resource and wears them down to the limit. Yashar, it sounds like something one would say in Silksong. It's not going well for Israel, you know? They're also having long-term morale problems. Keep in mind the IDF has been deployed for years. I mean, since October 7th, they have been cycling through, like, IDF deployments consistently. And there is a waning morale there. Yashar is a political party? Yeah, but why the exclamation point? You know? Real question, why don't countries mass draft women? I mean, there's a lot of reasons that are sexist, but the general reason, like, historically, is that women in the draft age are supposed to be getting fucked and having kids, whereas guys can come back from the war and then fuck and have kids. It's pretty much that simple. If you want to keep your numbers up long term, the women stay, they house rear, they keep the children safe, and they get pregnant, and the men can go off and die because one man can impregnate multiple women. Doesn't work the other way. You can't have a baby in a war zone. Yeah, it's just very basic, like, biology. It's the stuff that transgenders don't want you to know about. You know, the wokeness is making it illegal to talk about in science classes across the nation. No, this is not a problem that Israel can solve just by drafting women. They already do. I mean, women are also part of the IDF reservist force. So cucking military men is kind of patriotic? You're kind of right. You're just shoring up the nation's demographics, their replacement rate, you know? Oh, sorry, GI, sorry, Jarhead, you're off in the Middle East right now. I'll take up my civic duty of impregnating your wife. It's a real thing, yeah. How many Haredis will sign up? None. What are you fucking talking about, man? They're religiously exempt. Religiously exempt. It's crazy. Anyway, there's a point to this, you know? It goes beyond, like all bullies, right? They can dish it out, but they can't take it. The IDF is strained and overworked. They've been on constant deployment. Also, the average IDF soldier is just not that willing to die for the cause. You know, the Nazis were insanely hyped up on zealotry, and American soldiers enlisting in World War II knew what they were signing up for. They knew that they were signing up to, like, stop the world from ending. Like, they understood the stakes of this conflict. But a lot of IDF soldiers basically just... Jerusalem Post, what are you trying to hide from me? But you see that? They're the deep state. They're censoring it. They don't want me to know that the IDF is faltering. Conscription does not typically lead to eager soldiers. No, it's the same problem that you get from all modern developed countries, which is that people are comfortable and don't want to die. Israel is a modern country, okay? It's not America in the 1930s just coming out of the Great Depression. People aren't boiling their shoe leather to make soup over there. Israel is by and large a modern country in every respect except politically, where it's rooted in a 19th century attitude. But infrastructurally, they're modern. You know, people have gotten used to a comfortable life. Nobody wants to go out there and die for nothing. Everyone's lazy. No one believes in anything. It's kind of like how Nazis back in the 1930s died en masse to try to, you know, build out a Third Reich. But Nazis today would rather die than order pizza off the phone. Nazis today, like Fuentes, like America's strongest Nazi, Hitler posts for 5 years, and then his own community repeats his ideology back to him, and he goes, "That's fucking cringe. I'm done. I'm a liberal now. I'm voting for Kamala Harris or whatever. Peace." Like, modern Nazis are not as committed as they used to be. No one wants to die. Everyone's weak. History ended, etc., etc. It's the same with the IDF. The IDF do not want to fight a peer-to-peer conflict. They do not want to get IED'd by Hezbollah. You know, the IDF wants to rape Palestinians and blow up apartment blocks filled with babies. Like, that's what they signed up for. And if you ask them to do more than that, they get uncomfortable. It's true. I gotta say, though, I'm a little bit nervous. My concern here is what happens if the Zion-Nazis burn out early and they falter, and then Israel just kind of implodes a little bit, but then in 5 years we just end up doing this again. You know what I mean? Like, the IDF gets overstressed. They have to bring things to a halt. Israeli society kind of recedes for a bit as they lick their wounds. But 5 years from now, they treat this whole business like the fucking Treaty of Versailles. And they get uppity again, you know, and they start invading every neighboring country. Maybe the Haredi will save us, you know? In 5 years, 50% of the population will be Haredi babies or something. Are you actually worried about the Samson option, or is that more of a trivia fact? I'm super fucking worried about it, dude. Israel's government is insane. That's a real concern. They're not. They have hundreds and hundreds of nukes, and they think they're better than every other person on the planet. They're crazy. How many nukes they have? Estimates range between, I think, like 50 and 400, but the most credible, I think people, even Israeli prime ministers, have indicated they have something around 200 to 400. They aren't crazy enough to use nukes. I think they're 100% crazy enough to use nukes, given the right circumstances. Not like, you know, on a whim. They aren't, Vosh. I bet my life in it. Oh, you bet your life on nuclear war not happening? How brave of you. And what happens if you're wrong? You die in the same nuclear war as me, so no one's there to call the bet. I get you. Fucking life insurance policy ass. Iran's still operating munitions economy. It can continue launching 10 to 15 missiles each day over the course of a month or two, and it has enough launchers to stay that pace. It's insane. 10 to 15 missiles a day, even if this only translates into 3 or 4 accurate hits, could still shut down the entire Middle East in a matter of months. 4 years. I mean, God, all you have to do is hit the right facilities. You can't have regional instability anymore. You can't do it the way we used to be able to, you know? Jesus Christ. I mean, hasn't the Middle East as a whole shut down like 30% of its production? Around 30%, right? Thereabouts? Have you seen the Erica Kirk skit on Drewski? No, I haven't heard about it. Let me go to my favorite reporting source on that exact subject. Fucking your chat logs. I see. Thank you. We're talking about something else right now. Jesus Christ. Into the oubliette. They're not worth the effort. About 30%, right? Trying to find the reporting that I saw on that. Probably just look up 30%, it'll show up. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I'm not seeing it. 30% IPO SpaceX. Yeah. At some point, will Israel take it too far and will it collapse them? I don't know. Let me fucking consult my crystal ball. The object, not the person. Just the one ball. JD Vance said Iran could have used a nuke suicide vest. That's so funny. Did he really? Sure, man.
When I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue.
I do appreciate him. Like, we all know JD Vance was not happy about this war because it fucks him for re-election. I'm so happy that they're forcing him to defend it. You know? Like, we know he's not happy about it because he basically stopped posting on Twitter when it happened. He used to be very prolific on Twitter, and then, well, I guess also part of it was, the one guy, what's his name? You were the only baby ever worth trading for crack. Connor Reed's pants. Yeah, thank you. That had to be half of it, but the other half, I think, was the Iran war. When does Iran ever use suicide bombers? They did use suicide tactics a lot in the Iran-Iraq war, but no, suicide bombing, I think, has been more of a, like, insurgency thing. Iran hasn't been fighting an insurgency because nobody's invaded and occupied Iran. I mean, certainly they've provided aid and support to groups that have done suicide bombings, but that's not exactly the... Yeah. Drones kind of replace suicide bombing. Like, why do a suicide bombing when you can get a drone, you know? New meta. New meta. For the love of the game. Iran did do a lot of wacky stuff when they were fighting Iraq, you know? All the mass civilian conscriptions walking into minefields. It's right after the Islamic Revolution. They got all their craziest motherfuckers, and they were like, all right, Saddam Hussein's laid mines like 100 miles this way, so just get to walking. Jesus. Today, 30 to 40 from French Finance Minister Roland Lescure said Wednesday the world's now facing a conflict that has changed in nature, and therefore the economic consequences have also changed. Today, 30 to 40% of the refining capacity in the Gulf is damaged or destroyed. That is unbelievable. It has been less than a month. I spoke with the Qatari Minister of Energy, Saad Sherida Al-Kabi, who said 17% of gas production capacity is destroyed following attacks on these facilities, which will take years, 3 years at least, to restore. Insane. By craziest people, you mean teenage boys taking on mines to clear a bath? Yeah, you know, mad lads. War not over, though? No, Iran effectively controls the strait and probably will. I don't want to say indefinitely because that's a big call, but we do not seem to have the ability to stop them from controlling the strait. And as long as, especially with the recent reporting that Mohammed bin Salman apparently has been encouraging Trump to do these attacks, even as the rest of the Saudi Arabian government has opposed them, it seems to me like all of the regional governments are basically giving Iran permission to continue striking their facilities. You know? Like, why the fuck wouldn't they? Israel's still invading Lebanon, still genociding Palestinians. There was never a ceasefire. They still kill. And the Gulf states are still like aiding and abetting the tyrannical Western and Israeli regime in the region. It really is crazy how much they fucked up. Yeah, in a minute we'll talk about the extent of the fuel crisis in East Asia and Australia because it's getting really, really bad over there. Will Israel force us to get boots on the ground? Ken Klippenstein posted an article this morning where he talked about an inside report that claimed that Trump doesn't actually intend to take Kharg Island, but is rather taking the threat to take Kharg Island, using it as a kind of like deterrent. You know what I mean? Using it to put pressure on Iran to accept the 15-point deal that Trump and his cronies are pushing. But if that is the plan, I think it's an insane one. I do not think that Iran is going to agree to the plan. For one, Iran has already flatly said no. They have just very straightforwardly said no, and they're not even going to negotiate it. Iran said they would take a look at the plan, but that they have no interest in negotiating it because every time they negotiate with America, we interrupt the negotiations to bomb them, which is true. But the so-called peace plan is not workable. Iran will not agree to it. I would be shocked if they ever did, if something happened that pushed Iran to agree to our 15-point peace plan, you know?
First, Iran today has dismissed a 15-point American plan to pause the war in the Middle East. This according to Iranian state television a short while ago. The Iranian government also reportedly announcing its own proposal today, asking for war reparations and for sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. With me now, Philip Turl, our foreign affairs editor, has been following developments closely for us. Lots of news coming out of Iran, lots of statements, and a couple of hours before that, lots of statements coming out of Washington. What's your read as to where we are right now?
Trump extends pause on attacking Iranian energy facilities. Look, he's going to keep doing this up and down and up and down. It's all insider trading, okay? But while Trump continues to fuck with the market, slowly but surely, Iran is continuing to extend their influence over the region. They're striking more energy infrastructure. They're continuing to impose a toll on vessels that are passing through the strait. Nothing material is changing.
It's no surprise that we've had this...
Holy shit. Old Sam Hyde? His glasses are giving me Sam Hyde.
A statement by the Iranians following comments by Donald Trump earlier on that Iran wants a deal so badly. It's given the US a prize related to gas, oil and the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran dismissing that, saying that the US was negotiating by itself. Then this 15-point plan coming forward from the United States saying that was also being discussed by Iranian officials. Donald Trump saying that they had very good people discussing it. But now, of course, we have this reply from Iran saying that they're not interested in the 15-point.
Every time I see Sam Hyde, I think of Trotsky. That's so unfair to Sam Hyde. He's nowhere near as authoritarian as Trotsky.
What Iran is saying here, two things that are important to understand. What Iran is saying here is basically what they said all the way down the line. That is, they want to keep control of the Strait of Hormuz. This is like their key negotiating platform. Once they lose the control of the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to have a lot less to negotiate with the United States, because that is going to keep them in a strong position.
99% of gas imports to the U.S. come from Canada, so we should be fine. Yeah. But like, it's downstream stuff. It's everything that gets made via the oil. The global market still affects us. Also, domestic oil prices are affected by the global market, because if even if we're trading internally, like if the market price of a barrel of oil is doubling or tripling out there, that's going to raise the price here because oil companies, it's not all like kept internal, you know? A global supply shortage is a shortage domestically.
So what they want is to charge money for ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Friendly ships will pay about $2 million going through. Ships from countries from the United States and its allies are still not being allowed through. That is their negotiating tactic with the United States. But that's not all. As you said, there's also this negotiating tactic about reparations. They want $100 billion worth of reparations from Israel and from the United States. That's going to be a no-go from both of those countries. There are many other aspects that Iran is not going to give into on this list of 10 points put forward by the United States. Just to give you a couple of those. The first one is to stop funding proxies in the region like the Houthis, for example, like Hamas, like Hezbollah. That was certainly something that Iran has refused to do right away.
Check the urea market. Wow. Bottle your piss, guys.
Down the line, and it would certainly refuse to stop its ballistic missile program, which was one of the other elements on the table being put forward by the United States. So what we've got...
Fertilizer is going to be the real killer. Dude, it's actually worse than you think. It's not only a spike in fertilizer prices globally, it's a spike in fertilizer prices globally during many planting seasons, while we're about to get like a bunch of climate instability and an El Nino. Food prices are going to fucking... Food prices are going through the goddamn roof.
It's pretty much a stalemate, I think, on the part of both countries. The United States...
Not really a stalemate, because Iran's winning. Like, Iran right now is selling oil at, like, twice the price it was before the war. Iran is sitting pretty at the moment, you know? They're doing fine.
Playing up, as Donald Trump has said, saying they're completely desperate. They want to negotiate. We're going to find a way out of this, to put himself in a good light.
It's a stalemate. It's a stalemate, you know? You can keep twisting my balls for as long as you want, and I can keep getting my balls twisted for as long as I want. Guess we'll just sit here forever with you twisting my balls.
The United States and with the oil markets. Remember, there's been a 5-day delay on this ultimatum by Donald Trump to open the Strait of Hormuz or face bombing raids on power installations in Iran. That has led to a calming of the markets. But at the same time, Iran knows that it can play the long-term game here. What Iran wants is for the regime to survive. It can play as long as it wants to. It knows the United States and it knows that Israel...
I don't like the framing here. Like, what Iran wants is for the regime to survive. Dog, they were attacked. For no reason. Like, they're engaging in self-defense right now. That's not like, oh, what they're most interested in is the survival of the regime. And like the country and the people, we attacked them. We bombed we killed their leaders, you know? Every country would defend itself under these circumstances if they had the ability to.
Got a time clock hanging over their heads to get this war over and finished. The longer the Iranian regime knows it can hold on, the more chance it has of surviving in the long run.
And look, within the last few minutes, and we've heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, Philip, he says, look, this war, and I quote, has gone on too far. He's calling for an end to both the Iranian attacks on the Gulf and obviously the Israeli-American attacks on Iran. But given that we have this American buildup of troops in the region, it doesn't seem that we may be particularly near a close to this, does it?
Well, we don't know what is going to happen next. The whole thing here, now there is that it's very unclear. The messages coming out of the United States are completely contradictory from one day to the next, from 1 minute to the next from President Trump. The Iranian regime has not budged in its demand that the war come to an end and that the regime remains intact. That appears to be the case. Remember, the regime is...
Again, that's not like a demand in a negotiation. That's just a reasonable expectation of every country on earth. Like, oh yeah, the stubborn Iranians have insistently demanded that the regime remain intact. That's their government. Yeah, what do you mean? What's the alternative to that?
a despicable regime run by fanatical people, but it knows what it's doing. It's
as opposed to our regime, which is not run by fanatical people. Clip unrelated. Pete Hegseth at today's Christian prayer and worship service at the Pentagon prays for Almighty God to pour out your wrath and break the teeth of the ungodly. He begs the Almighty to sanction overwhelming violence against those who deserve no mercy. Meanwhile, over in the not religious regime run by fanatics, I'm not listening to him.
Well encompassed within Iran, so it's not going anywhere anytime soon. I think the big error from the United States was thinking just a couple of days of bombing raids on Tehran and the regime would collapse and that will be the end of it. Well, that's not the case. So that was a total misjudgment on the part of the United States. That's why Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, has just been talking in the last few minutes saying that the world is staring down the barrel of a wider war.
There's no opposition there right now? Well, yeah, because, like, unfortunately, America and Israel proved the hardliners in Iran right. Iranian moderates have been proven wrong. Iranian moderates have been arguing for détente, for peace, for moderate talks with Israel and America. And what happened? We bombed them and killed all their leadership mid-peace talks. We killed them. We've proven the hardliners correct. Iran needs to nuclearize, maintain an incredibly strong regional presence, give more money to their fucking proxies. They have to.
Gone on far too long, and the human and economic pain will get worse the longer the fighting goes on. So a lot of concern around the world, certainly in Western capitals in the Gulf, I think amongst people in the United States and also in Asia, about where this is all going to end up at the end of the day, and what President Trump's next plan is. Is he preparing a ground offensive? There are all these troops being built up into the area, 5,000 Marines, 2,000 or so airborne troops coming in. Does that signal that at the end of this ultimatum on Friday, which is due to expire at midnight, that Donald Trump could launch some kind of ground offensive into Iran to win back the state of Hormuz or take control of Hague Island? We really don't know where all of this is going right now.
Well, no one seems to. Israel and America are losing this war more than you think. That's not good grammar, because I haven't read enough Charles Dickens, but they'll work it out in post. See this one? For the first time in history, the U.S. Postal Service announces an 8% surcharge on all packages to cover rising fuel costs. Unbelievable. For the first time in history, an 8%, which is not a small amount, fuel tax on packages. Jesus Christ. Thank God we didn't go woke. Yep. Yes, sir. Markets aren't doing so hot today. Fuck the markets. $9 gas in LA. Yeah, the environmental priors are really adding up. It's kind of like it's going to be a big double whammy this year. Environmental factors plus the fuel squeeze. Look at that, man. On March 21st, 2026, almost the entire United States of America is recorded at or near record maximum temperature for the state in the 30-year record. That's just a like nearly like continent-wide record heat day. Seattle, stay winning. New England, stay winning. Yeah. We looked at this, right? The daily maximum temperature spike in the southwestern. Yeah, we saw this. We saw this the other day. I don't think we took a look at this, though, the snowpack. Or the Colorado is going to run dry, man. Look at this. Snow water equivalent. Do I know exactly what that metric means? No, I don't. Do I know generally what it means? Yes, I do. How much snow piled up. And as you can see by this black line down here, we're falling a little bit below expectations. Keep in mind that like snowmelt and rainfall make up our fresh water. We kind of need them to live. You don't want that. Heat wave is pretty global. Canada is currently the only... Oh, that's why you linked it, Masaigo. Canada is the only place inhabited by humans not currently experiencing above average temperatures. Sheesh. Yeah, so huge parts of Russia, fucking Iran, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, the Caucasus, Southeast Asia. God damn. Of the red spot of death in the U.S. I love how the entire Arctic Sea is boiling. That's really cool. I think it's dope. It's super dope. Fuck, where was the other link I was looking at? Yeah, the snow peak. The snowfall. It's also crazy how early it's ending, see? Like, normally, see, March 1st, May 1st, normally you get the fall off right here at the beginning of April. Like, that's when the snow starts to come down. Well, over here in the blue, you know, for the upper end here, it didn't start to come down until, like, fucking, past May. At least the rapture is coming. That is true. At least soon we'll all be in God's grace. Yeah. Why does it feel like climate change is accelerating? Well, it definitely is. We're going to have some problems real soon. We're already having again, people in America like to talk about how, oh, soon, you know, within our lifetimes, it's already happening. Like, farmers all around the world are already going like, wow, this is really fucking bad. And they're the first ones who get hit because they have to pay attention to the soil and other gay stuff like that. It's happening right now. Yeah, worse and worse floods, hurricanes. We got that super El Nino on the way. Yeah. More severe weather extremes, possibility of a very hot year for the world in 2027. In a Twitter post, the Washington Post meteorologist Ben Knoll estimated a 22% chance of a super El Nino and an 80% chance of a strong one based on new modeling from the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasts. Warm and dry conditions. El Nino or strong El Nino conditions could form later this year, according to Andrew King, climate scientist at the University of Melbourne. Hoax. That's why it's got a Mexican name. It's not my favorite piece, but there's a reason anarchists promoted desert over the last 15 years. I haven't heard that recommended in a while, nor have I read it because I'm illiterate. But I have heard about it. I thought anarchists couldn't read. It turns out the statement that anarchists couldn't read was being informed by a biased data set. Ian, quote, Vosh Koczynski, didn't read thousands of times every day from 2014 to 2026, and thus was an outlier that shouldn't be counted. Global climate change is now unstoppable. We're not going to see worldwide end civilization. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Unlikely to ever happen. The world will not be saved. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I feel like I'm a climate optimist in the sense that I think that if we lock the fuck in, we could do this. But I'm a climate pessimist in the sense that we're not doing that. We're definitely not going to do that. But yeah, if you could like reorganize the world's resources efficiently, I think you could do it. We're in for a hell of a reckoning, though, for sure, to the extent that we haven't already experienced it. Going to continue to experience it. Gotta build a Chinese century. Oh, you know, this is an Australian article. Speaking of Australia, you know they have gas stations that are just straight up running out of money? Sorry, not money. My apologies. They're out of gas. Over 500 of them. Where's that article? Oh, I see. I was looking up Austria. The autocorrect fucked me. Australian petrol stations report 25% surge in demand as governments plan for biggest energy crisis in history. It's getting real nasty. Real nasty. Philippines, China. We talked about how the Philippines have shifted over to a 4-day work week for government workers so that, to reduce the number of people driving to and from work, right? Australia gas supply crunch pushed out to 2030. Oh, this is a older consideration, I see. But they're running out now. Australian petrol stations running dry despite a well-supplied market. 165 stations without diesel and 300 without at least one type of gasoline. God damn. They do have a good reserve, too. It's just hard to get it to where it needs to go. What's the point of making all this money from oil if everyone's dead? Leadership's been like this for basically all of human history. Go ask any emperor or pharaoh, like, what's the point? And they'll say Lo Lamau and then kill you, you know? I don't know. It's always been like that. The people on top have always been like this. It's just it's an innate byproduct of an extremely hierarchical system. It doesn't matter whether it's a democracy or an autocracy or a whatever else, you know? You tell people they're better than other people and they'll take it to their heart and then they'll destroy the whole world. Oh, my home's being mentioned, yay. Australia? Or a specific town? Bowen? No, that's probably a person. Ugh. Asia embraces energy austerity as dire fuel shortages force Philippines to declare national emergency. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world, in a country with over 100 million people in it, South Koreans have been advised to take shorter showers and charge their phones during the day to conserve electricity. Japan will begin its biggest ever release of emergency oil reserves this week and told citizens there was no need to hoard toilet paper amid growing panic over potential shortages of consumer goods. That's nice. That's good. Isn't this oil crisis helping the coal market? No, they're different markets. Coal is used to fuel the domestic grid, domestic energy costs. Well, I guess the cuts to natural gas compete, but no, coal is dead. Coal's a meme. The world has been moving away from coal for a long time. It's just inconvenient for a variety of reasons. No, the Mouse 7. I'm not saying the Iranian people like their government now. I'm saying that politically, the point about the hardliners made about not being able to get along with Israel and America was proven correct. I'm not saying that they're popular in Iran. I'm just saying that they were objectively correct. America and Israel are evil, and Iran was, any attempt to negotiate with us fairly was always going to be futile. We gunned for their destruction no matter what they did or said. Iran has continuously indicated a willingness to capitulate along like JCPOA-like terms, but we broke that treaty. We reneged on it, and they've only suffered since. Because we're moving away from it, Eddie. Also, a lot of that's in China. Like in America, coal, it makes up a small percentage of our total domestic energy grid production. How much of our energy comes from coal, USA? About 16.2%. But it was 40% in 2014. So a little more than a decade ago, it was 3 times as much of the energy grid. But natural gas is more convenient. So it has shifted upwards. See, coal is basically been replaced by natural gas. But this chart ends in 2019. Since then, wind and solar have gone up quite a bit. Asian coal doing well? Yeah. China consumes a lot of it. India consumes a lot of it for sure. But it is going to be, in the long run, on its way out. Is this a good thing or no? I mean, coal's pretty bad. Natural gas is also pretty bad. Life is bad. That's my conclusion. Make sure to subscribe. Everything requires machinery. China's restricted overseas shipments of fuel. South Korea is considering limiting exports of naphtha, a petroleum byproduct used in plastics manufacturing. No new coal is getting built. Where new American electricity is coming from in 2025 and 2026, 50% solar, 30% batteries, 12% wind, 8% natural gas. Yeah, no new coal is getting built. And in retirements down here, we're retiring pretty much entirely coal and natural gas. That's good. It's not happening fast enough, but it is good. Do you think we'll survive this, or is this going to be the end of humanity? Don't be silly. It's not going to be the end of humanity. We will survive this. Wait, are we talking about the gas crisis or the climate crisis? We're kind of talking about both right now. It is very bad, and it is only going to get worse. And I can only hope this leads to a global restructuring of our priorities, but I don't know to what extent that's going to happen. I will say this, though, and I feel like I'm pretty confident in saying this. For all of my lifetime, longer than my lifetime, Americans have thought of America as the center of the world. To an extent, I think most people in most countries believe this because it's the center of your world and people are self-centered like that. But it is a fact that America has held a strong claim to being the center of the world for a long time, and that is done. That is 100% done. Our children, our grandchildren, and their children will grow up in a world where America is thought of as a declining power. There is I would stake my life on this. Not to say that America will collapse or become weak. I can't see the future, but I do think that that will be the global perception, you know? The new Ottoman Empire. Well, the Ottoman Empire collapsed, you know, so it's a little different, but yeah. Literally the UK over the past 100 years. Yeah, happened over there. Ever since World War II, man. Poor Philippines. They get 98% of their oil from the Gulf, apparently. 98%. That's a lot of eggs in one basket. Isn't your fear that a Newsom takes power and mostly restores America back to where it was? No, I don't think anything on earth can restore America. I think that we've reached a critical point of financialization where enough has been taken from the country that we won't reach a recovery period. My concern is that Newsom will hasten the decline. But I think the decline's happening anyway. I don't mind America not being the center of the world anymore. It's just a country, right? There's nothing innately special or different about it. But I guess I do feel a bit bad about the idea of billions of people around the world suffering and dying due to bad economic and political decisions. So I don't know. I guess it would be bad if billions died, in my opinion. Vosh is such a pessimist and so off about his analysis on the Iran war and future of America. You're right. I've ceded to your superior arguments. Like I said yesterday, and like I'm going to... Oh, you're the Professor Jang guy. I remember your name. You don't have the new user tag anymore. It only takes 24 hours. I'm not that pessimist. Life goes on. Like I said yesterday, you measure the decline of a country not by its GDP, but by its infrastructure. Do people get welfare? Do people get paid time off? Will the government pay for your retirement? Are the bridges built and repaired? Repaired? I mean, is stuff being built? Is stuff moving? And in this respect, America's been declining for a long time. Long time. But it's getting worse. When do you think America peaked? In terms of its political and economic priorities, easily the 1940s and 50s. FDR, that was it. And then we benefited from it through the 50s and 60s and 70s. But it's only gone downhill since. That's not to say that was the best time in American history, right? You know, if you're a woman or black. But we did have our national priorities economically locked in then, for sure, by and large. Anyway. Fuel/climate apocalypse unavoidable. That's sensational. Please watch Jang's Epstein World video. What? Okay, basketball chess. Can I level with you? I'm kind of talking to everyone, not just to you, but like, I've dealt with a lot of cranks online. I've seen a lot of them. They rise and they fall. The problem that I have is, in my opinion, it's a one strike and you're out in a lot of cases. If you say something that's stupid and crazy, I think that's just it. Because if you said something stupid and crazy here, why wouldn't you say it elsewhere? Like, Professor Jang already said stuff that diminishes him in my eyes. Maybe he puts out a video where he says stuff that's true. That's okay. But everyone says stuff that's true. The most incest-bred nitwit in West Virginia often says stuff that's true. Right? Like, you can call the time, you can call the weather. But you shouldn't put your faith in broken clocks. Come on, nobody says nothing insane sometimes. You know what I mean. There's a difference between having a bad take and like saying there's not enough evidence for the Holocaust, or putting out insanely like he has made evident his thought process for how he views the world, and I think it's pretty stupid. It's insane. Also, did we not just see him go on Tucker Carlson and talk about like white genocide? He explicitly white genocide. Like there was no ambiguity or dog whistling. They were just in agreement for 10 minutes on like, yep, a sinister cabal of people across the West are invoking policies meant to change the demographics and erase the future of white people. They both just straightforwardly said that. Like, I don't know, like at what point... He said, Vosh, you have to watch Jang's Epstein World video. It's way more coherent and sensible than the videos he's chosen. Okay, but like, so he made a good video. What does that undo the bad ones? I don't know. I guess I don't understand what the point is. The best thing that he could do in that video is say what I've said. And I've already said it. So what am I learning about it? Dog, I know you just like saw evidence that this guy was a rapist, but have you seen this video of him not raping somebody? I guess. Yesterday, you were so out of your depth talking about childhood illiteracy. Wait, were you also the guy complaining about my positions on childhood? Wait, you're a kid! Obsessed with Professor Jang, really wants me to validate your preferences, personally offended that I think that young people are illiterate. You're like 14 or something! Okay. Okay. All right. Sheesh. Why sometimes you have to take a step back. Remember, you're on the internet. Game theory number 13, Epstein's World. This is an hour long. Well, 50 minutes long. That's a little bit too long for me. What is he going to say that I haven't already said? I feel like I'm you know, I wouldn't say a foremost expert, but I'd say I'm pretty well versed on the relationship between Epstein and the American government. I'll take a look at his comments. You can tell a lot from somebody's YouTube comments, you know. What the fuck? Today, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't. Let me see. When the world needed him most, he posted weekly with no ads. A lot of people may not realize this. The fact that his channel has no ads shows real attention. Ah, they're mogging me. They're ethics mogging me. If I had lectures like this in high school, I wouldn't have skipped. It tells you a lot about the kind of person. Dear Myra, Professor Jang is not suicidal. I don't know. It seems like it's all personality cult stuff.
What I want to show you is Jeffrey Epstein is one of the operators of the system. He works for the Rothschilds, as well as secret societies, as well as Church National Capital, and he is embedded in science, crime, and intelligence, okay? And again, the evidence is something called the Epstein files. All right, so let's look at the Epstein files.
I've heard about these.
Okay, so this is Jeffrey Epstein, and this is Donald Trump.
I've heard about these two.
All right. Jeffrey Epstein died in 2019 in a federal prison.
I have heard about that too.
And he was being charged with many crimes.
Oh fuck, he's gonna spend a while.
And he is. Okay, this is Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, as you know, is one of the wealthiest men in America. And Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein are arranging a time to meet. Again, financed by 3 wealthy families who are Jewish. And who are these 3 wealthy families? They're the Rothschilds, right? Then there are the Epsteins, me, and the Gutmans. So these 3 families, Rothschilds, Epsteins, and Gutmans, go way back centuries. All right? So Epstein is a member of one of the most powerful families in the world. All right?
So I guess like this kind of proves my point, right? It's not material analysis, it's just anti-Semitism. The idea that we're controlled by an elite cabal of people whose positions in power have been chosen by their hereditary status is laughable. You think the Jews were in control of Western society in the 1930s? Boy, did they miss a spot. Hundreds of years, really? You think the Epsteins have been like a powerful force for hundreds of years? A significant portion of the people who are wealthy in America today come from family wealth only within the past few generations. A ton of them got wealthy off of either colonial or like post-industrial endeavors. You know, their wealth and prominence is a modern phenomenon, you know? A ton of them come from Silicon Valley now. A lot of these people are from nothing. The Nephilim, not the Jews? Yeah, that's true. Anyway, it's just, geez, you didn't even watch him set up the analysis? Oh, fuck off. I've done this before with Jordan Peterson. You haven't read all his books. Yeah. Ancient Dragons, blah-de-blah-de-blah. No, Jews have not secretly controlled the world for hundreds of years. I'm really sorry. It's just not... If they had, I don't think it would have gone down like that. You know? I don't think it would have gone down like that. Not to mention, like, even if you did believe in the JQ, why are they fucking up so bad right now? Like, Israel has tanked its perception, not just across the world, like over the past couple of decades, but in America over the past couple of years since October 7th. If they were really capable of, I mean, I guess my point is, like, the media and the politicians have been more or less in lockstep on this, and it hasn't changed the fact that American support for Israel has cratered, which makes you wonder, like, where the support lies or the form that it takes. Marx would argue that public support for Israel is a manifestation of the tendency for the dominant culture to represent bourgeois culture. But bourgeois culture over the past couple of decades has actually shifted towards the populist. Wealthy people used to distinguish themselves. 100 years ago, they acted and looked different. Now, the wealthiest people, they make brands out of themselves wearing nothing more than like shorts and a black t-shirt. There's a sort of a regression to the mean, an interest in the wealthy to appeal to the sensibilities of the average person. Even very wealthy people like, you know, the Trumps or Silicon Valley types or Elon Musk, they want to be famous online. In a way, their class interest is being sort of undercut by their personal desire for, you know, acclamation or fame or validation or whatever, in a way that's not at all dissimilar to the ways in which we engage with social media. What's that old term, you know? Money talks, wealth whispers. Old money types, you know, you think of them like Succession, right? They live in their big mansions up in upstate New York, and they're quiet, you know, they move quietly behind the scenes. But nowadays, wealthy people are loud as fuck. I guess my argument is that Marx couldn't have predicted Twitter. You get me.
Now, Iranian and the Rothschild...
No, he does a framework applying Plato's allegory of the cave to the way billionaires shape our reality. Dog, that's like really 101. That's like middle school talk. That's like, what if we all live in a simulation? It's just not profound.
Bonds and says, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory, right? It's just saying that the Jews created Hitler. And Epstein gets angry at him and says, no, it's 100% true, man. Hitler was selling his clothes and already living in a shelter funded by Jews. Epstein, Rothschild, and Gutman, no conspiracy. It's really true, okay? The Epsteins, who are we? We're the Vienna bankers. All right? We've been around for the longest time. You Rothschilds think you're powerful? Well, we're powerful too. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's continue. All right, so the FBI is running an investigation on Jeffrey Epstein, and they created a file on him. And there's a confidential human source, a spy basically, who they recruit to tell them who Jeffrey Epstein is and what his network is. And the FBI...
You're such an elitist fucking prick, Vosh. This is from the same person who's... Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. I apologize for being conceited, to rising above the level of, like, elementary school conspiracy slop, I guess. At least I try to.
By what they discover, okay? So, Amber, could you help me read, please? Okay, all right. War. Involved with Iran-Contra, okay? So he's one...
Instead, she looked at CHS and said,
"Fuck are you?"
Rothschilds. All right. All right. This is Libya. All right. So in February 2011. Okay, this is July 2011. America starts bombing.
It's interesting how obsessed he is with the Jews. You know, like Epstein worked with tons of people, Arab Muslims, tons and tons of Christians. He only wants to talk about the Jews.
Libya.
It's like everybody. It is like everything I've seen from him. He keeps bringing it up over and over
Jeffrey
again.
Epstein and his friends are discussing how to make money out of this, right? Because they know that Libya has many assets frozen in American banks. So once a new government comes into place, then this new government will want the money back, right? And Jeffrey Epstein and his friends are like, let's do this for them and get a commission. Right? Can you read?
Understood.
I don't want to rope in the voice of some student or whatever.
As reserves.
Larry Summers, who is the president of Harvard University. This is Steven Pinker, one of Harvard's most famous scholars. And this guy is Jeffrey Epstein, all right? Who's paying for this dinner? Probably Jeffrey Epstein. And you're like, what is happening here? And again, I keep on telling you guys this. You think academia is about pursuing truth, doing research. No, it's not. It's about protecting and justifying the status quo. It's about providing a network for powerful people to meet together and to work together, okay? And the Jeffrey Epstein files reveals this, how corrupt academia and science are. It's all part of this huge transnational network, this grand alliance between science, crime, and intelligence in order to extract as much value from the world as possible, okay? These are parasites. And you're like, okay, how about Jared Kushner? Well, Jared Kushner's doing the same thing, guys.
So it says we found another Jew to talk about. What about Jared Kushner, the one like Jewish guy in on the big money extraction scheme of the Trump admin? Let's ignore all of the Christian evangelicals, guys. It's just keep posting. Like again, anti-Semitism is the morons' material analysis, right? If you really think that the behavior of the wealthy is explained by ancient Jewish families, you're a fucking moron. There is an underlying structural cause to the behavior of wealth, but it really doesn't have anything to do with Jewishness. It's wealth, it's power accumulation, and the modes by which they operate go back millennia before capitalism, and they go back to, you know, I mean, in every like country and region. Like, I'll put it this way, okay? There were, at least to my knowledge, no Jews in like ancient China, but ancient Chinese governmental policy, philosophy, and culture were heavily dictated by the preferences, behaviors, and biases of the wealthy. They didn't have capitalism in ancient China. They didn't have Jews. Same basic patterns. You look back at it, same idea, every culture, every place. That's because this is how power works. It has nothing to do with Jewishness.
Okay? This is Jared Kushner, right?
Does Yang actually believe this, though, or is he just grifting? I think he's to me, this screams grifter for sure. It screams like, I have found a credulous audience of idiots on YouTube who will buy my stuff, so we're doing like the easiest conspiracy slop. That's my idea, I guess. But I don't know.
Vladimir Putin. What are they doing? They're discussing peace in Ukraine. Because what Jared Kushner is saying to Putin is, listen, I can negotiate, okay, I'm speculating, okay, I don't know, okay, but I imagine he's a real estate developer, so he's saying to Putin, hey, after this peace treaty happens between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine will need to be redeveloped. So you should give opportunities to, you know, okay? Okay, so that's Russia. Then you go to...
Wait, who's you know? Okay, like, Jared Kushner is a Jew, but when we were negotiating with the Russian and Ukrainian governments to secure redevelopment contracts after the war ends, we were doing it on behalf of a suite of mining and mineral extraction companies that, I guarantee you, are majority owned by, like, white American chuds. So who's the you know? Like, Jared, like, we are 100% negotiating to exploit Ukraine following the end of the war. Absolutely. It's not a secret. Trump was bragging about it openly. But the companies that would profit from that extraction, likewise our invasion of Greenland, right? The mineral extraction companies that were interested in the contracts they would get there, like, I don't think they were all Jewish companies. I could be wrong. Everything he posts about Jews. Professor Jang says Islam was created by Jews. He says the Al-Aqsa Mosque is actually the Jewish Third Temple? What? Sure. Okay. I don't think... He should tell Israel that, because they'd be really excited if they found that out. If they could find... Somebody should let them know. Dog, we built the third temple, I guess. Jews were created by Jews. He's just suggesting that Kushner would have been taking bribes, man. Okay, like every single member of the Trump admin. I don't understand the point. Like, his argument explicitly is that ancient Jewish families are the ones running things behind the scenes, but he's describing situations where America was just acting on behalf of the interests of its corporations. Not to say that's not bad. It is bad, but like, what does that have to do with ancient Jewish families?
Iran. This is Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and the Omani foreign minister. And before the attack against Iran happened, there were these peace negotiations between the Iranians and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who represent the Americans. So this guy, Steve Witkoff, during the negotiations, went on TV and said that, oh, the Iranians are trying to create a they're trying to enrich weapons-grade uranium.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Basketball chess. Can you please stop having an emotional breakdown? You have to dial it back a little bit. There's a fine line, because if it gets too bad, I have to ban you for what I assume are mental health reasons. You have to dial it back a little bit. Oh, so Jared Kushner is innocent then. Oh, Jared Kushner is completely scot-free of any reprehensible behavior then. Are you fucking okay? Oh my God. Holy shit. In what context is the Jews are at the center of every conspiracy out of context? Maybe at the beginning of the video, Professor Jang said, I'm going to straight up sling some fucking bullshit this video, okay? Everything from this point onwards is satire. If I missed that, then the joke's on me. The joke's on me.
As soon as possible, okay? So what Steve Witkoff is doing is he's sabotaging the peace negotiations. These guys are negotiating with the Iranians not to create a peace treaty, but to create a justification for war.
Wow.
All right? Oh, and also, this is...
To critique the form here in addition to the content, this is a really bad way of explaining stuff. It's so obvious that these aren't really lectures meant for Chinese high school students, but rather directed at Americans who already have a basic understanding of what he's talking about. Because why, in what other context would you just show like Kushner meeting with an Omani leader and be like, see, this was them preempting conflict with Iran? Like, you're not really substantiating your arguments or making a well-developed case. You're just kind of like gesturing at things that you know your audience is already aware of.
Sorry. Oh, crap. All right.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson was smarter than this, and his stuff did make more sense, for sure.
Jared Kushner, this is Steve Witkoff, and this is Benjamin Netanyahu. What are they doing? They're discussing peace in Gaza. Why?
Gaza.
Because after peace happens in Gaza, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to lead a real estate team to develop Gaza into these luxury villas, guys. Okay?
See, like, he's not really substantiating what he's saying at all. He's just saying it, which, if you're an audience member here, you might watch this and go, oh yeah, I remember that, or like, I'm aware of this, but this isn't really how you would make a case for a point. Epstein's world? What does this have to do with Epstein?
So this is how the world works.
Oh.
All right? But again, there's a problem with the system. All right? So, okay, well, this is the way the world works. Now, the question then is, okay, if this is the way the world works, and Jerry Epstein, Jared Kushner, and others are the real power in the world, and they represent the elite, how do we know this? Why is the Epstein files out in the government website, right? Why is it that you can go on the Department of Justice and look at all these things? Well, because there's a problem with this system. And it's this. This system is a parasite, right? So they are extracting value from the nation state. So other elites are asking themselves, why can't they be the parasites, but not us, right? So what's happening is a civil war between the elite, these people, and the counter-elite, people who want to take the position and become the parasites. Okay, and that's why we're seeing this conflict right now emerge in America. Right?
His handwriting does suck. I hate how he's explaining things. Well, he's not really explaining anything here. He's just kind of gesturing at the idea that there are different interests that compete. It's not. It's not really about anything, but it is, again, like that's the fill in the blank strategy that conspiracy authors always try to appeal to, right? You provide like a peppering of info that confirms your biases and let everyone fill in the nonsense to their own. It's why they rarely make specific claims, because if you got in the weeds in specific claims or a specific doctrine, people might start having disagreements over the exact application of their personal conspiracy theories. So if you keep everything vague, you just kind of like allow everyone to make their own custom fit. All right, people in chat, quit whining.
Wait a minute here. If the banks can print as much money as possible, why do we have poverty?
What?
Right? So that is the common answer, scarcity. We have poverty because of scarcity. But I already told you this. They can print money out of nothing. So money is infinite. So why do we have poor people then? Because we don't want people to all have money.
Oh. Damn, that's right. That makes sense, yeah. If they just add more printers.
The powerful people don't want that. And why? Because otherwise, no one would work. The point of printing money is to create the illusion that money is valuable, and therefore you work hard in order to obtain it. But in order for me to make you want to get money, I need to create artificial misery.
This is why everyone's life got so much better after 2020, because the Biden administration allowed for a policy of quantitative easing. And oh no, I mean, if you go back like 2008, they increased the money supply dramatically and everyone's life got better because they produced more currency. Romania is the richest country in the world. Everyone's sleeping on Zimbabwe, man. Zimbabwean currency through the damn moon. They're printing $1 billion currency marks over there. Turkey's about to go crazy. I hear things are going really well over there, yeah. All right, he's stupid, I get it. God, he's so close to not saying retarded shit, it's so infuriating. That's how conspiracy theorists always are. They're always like that. Moon landing conspiracy theorists talk about how the United States was lying about its military procurement and technology in order to get one up over the Soviets, which is true. And then they lead it to the moon landing conspiracy. 9/11 conspiracists talk about how Bush was gunning for a war in the Middle East anyway, and how he was looking for a justification, which is true. And then they go for the whole, like, bombs planted in the towers thing. Like, they always, always, always do that. Everything. If you watch Alex Jones, a ton of the stuff that he says sounds like it's brushing close to being true, but he's always wrong. But you'd have to be a real rube to watch Alex Jones and be like, oh, wow, this guy's like going to be a leftist any day now. Alex Jones thinks that consumerism is a tool of the elite used to keep people pacified. He believes in bread and circuses. Oh my God. He's going to have a red pill moment any day now. He's going to read Marx. He's going to be woke. This is the future elites took from us. Don't show Professor Jang this. He might cum his fucking pants. Why even print the 2, 3, or even 4-digit bills when you're printing a $100 billion bill, man? What's the point even? That's funny. Alex Jones did call himself retarded once. That's nothing. I do that all the time. It's fucking stupid. Oh, yep. Hold on. Oh, man. New topic? Now, let's just talk about that forever. He also thinks Jews were invented by the Persians. But I thought the Jews invented Islam. It really does all come back to Jews with him, man. Professor Jang is fucking obsessed with Jews. They're a special interest. I get that. That's real. Am I a rube for thinking we can build a coalition with disaffected anti-MAGA mil types? Military, I assume you mean? Probably, yeah. It's pretty hard to coalition build with these people. They're usually just disappointed that Trump's not deporting people fast enough. From Valhalla VFT. Green Beret. Oh. Well, he doesn't seem to like Trump very much. That's good. I know that guy. Chaos erupts after ICE kills American citizen in the street. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. Maybe. Is he even MAGA? Does he just look like a chud? If I go back a little bit. Is Army Special Forces culture toxic? Why you should be fit as a Green Beret? Warrior philosophy for men. U.S. military is in crisis. The culture is trash. No one's joining. I don't know. It kind of... 2025 military draft. Get ready for war. Gen Z, it's your time to shine. We have the triggered lady. Triggered individual, I might say, because I'm woke. I don't know if this person even was full-on MAGA. Maybe, probably. Seems like he just doesn't like Trump that much. Is Plattner post-Chud? Post-Chud! That's a good term. Post-Chud is good. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Mamdani's campaign fooled everyone. Hold on.
Recently met and we found out that he's Jewish. His mother was Jewish and his grandmother was Jewish. So, Mr. Mayor, we might find out very soon that you don't hang out with me.
That's interesting.
Is it? Is it interesting? Dude, everyone's so fucking obsessed with the Jews, man. What I didn't hear everything he said. What was he saying like oh, everyone is Jewish. You could be Jewish, Mom. Did he say something like that? Was that what he said?
Recently met and we found out that he's Jewish. His mother was Jewish and his grandmother was Jewish. So, Mr. Mayor, we might find out very soon that you
I thought it was a joke. Is it not a joke?
don't hang out with me.
That's interesting.
What do you mean by that? Yeah. Okay. It's gone on for a while now.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I'm sure you're all aware the news cycle is absolutely in chaos as now Mayor Zohran Mamdani has secured the New York City mayor's election, and my God, turn on Fox News everywhere you look, hair on fire. It's the end of New York City, the end of the world, and while everybody is losing their minds, but who by, you might be a little shocked to find out, was it Qatar? Was it Iran? Was it Saudi Arabia? No. It was the usual suspects. Now, I'm going to take you guys on a little trip. Be a little shocked. Politicians, they're installed, just like he was. And who voted for it? Because be very clear, with all politicians, they're installed, just like he was. But who by, you might be a little shocked to find out. Was it Qatar? Was it Iran? Was it Saudi Arabia? No. It was the usual suspects. Now, I'm going to take you guys on a little trip through what's called psychological operations, PSYOPs, how to manipulate public perception, because that's exactly what we have going on here. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's deep dive this thing. Now, of course, as the entire mainstream media apparatus is shoving down your throat, oh my God, this Islamic extremist, anti-Semite, I'm wondering on election night why he's hanging out with, Alex Soros, the son of, as we all know, George Soros.
Oh no, fuck. Where's the Professor Jang kid? Somebody get him away from chat. He's gonna find a new idol. Oh no.
Immediately be thinking, oh, well, of course, that's because Soros funds all the socialists. No. That's surface level. A little Google search into where Soros comes from and what his faith is.
Good God, dude. It's like the lower IQ version of Professor Jang. Dude, here's a deep state secret they don't want you to know. Did you know Soros is Jewish? Holy fuck, that's crazy.
Interesting. He, of course, moves in coordination with our greatest ally. And when I thought to myself, again, who funded this campaign?
No, he doesn't. George Soros is not like a big Zionist advocate. For one, he's like 1 million years old. But for two, a lot of the initiatives that he's fundraised for, I'm not to say he's like anti-Zionist or anything, but he's definitely not Israel's favorite fucking financier. He might be one of their least. We're gonna have 50 more years of this. We're gonna have a fucking millennia of this, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, Soros is older than the state of Israel by a good amount.
Well, here's the money. So here we go. Far-left kingmaker Soros Open Society Foundation since 2016 has pumped more than $37 million into 10 organizations and their sibling fundraising arms whose endorsements, get out the vote groundwork drove socialist Zohran Mamdani to victory in New York's mayor primary. Here's what he received. From the Working Families Party, $23.7 million. Make the Road Action, $3.51 million. Engage Action, $3.47 million. And it goes down the list. Now, you might be asking yourself, why was one of
Israel loves the Working Families Party.
These guys funding Zohran's entire campaign?
What? Which guys? The Working Families org? What about DSA? What?
Action, $3.47 million, and it goes down the list. Now, you might be asking yourself, why was one of these guys funding Zohran's entire campaign? That doesn't, on the surface, make any sense at all.
Dude, come on. You haven't even set up the frame of the conspiracy yet. What are you talking about? Why would the Working Families Party support Mamdani? What's the conspiracy? What are you alleging? I get it, Jews, but like, what's the framework? What doesn't make sense?
Until we take a little trip down memory lane and remember exactly how PSYOPs actually works. Let's take a look at this. Now, stick with me. I'm going to tie all this together, I promise, as we go. But a little trip down memory lane. Our greatest allies leader said, battle against militant Islam represents modernity, medievalism. Our greatest allies prime minister is reiterating the importance of the great...
I got a question. Why are you even asking this? Or why are you even watching this? Okay, here's my counter question. Why do people keep asking me why we're watching Chud videos? That was the main thing this channel did for years. You guys have gotten too used to news. Why are we looking at the news? Why are we watching Trump? I don't know. Just, it's what... Because I don't know. Because it's on. Why are you watching me?
Ally in America cooperation, the battle.
You watch this hacks video all the way through, but not Jang? That's because I'm racist.
Against what he called militant Islam in the Middle East, saying the two countries must stand together to ensure light triumphs over darkness and hope triumphs over despair. Oh, yeah, that's right. A common enemy that could unite and bind us again. Because as we all know, we've all seen this week, American support for our greatest ally is basically non-existent. They've lost the plot. The paid influencers isn't working. The mainstream media mouthpieces isn't working. The conventions they're putting on. Ben Shapiro attacking people. None of that's working.
I don't understand what point he's making. So he's saying that people are growing more antagonistic towards Israel in America. Okay.
We have to go back to old reliable. And what's old reliable? Ah, that's right. Bibi says the 9/11 attacks were good for our greatest ally. He said our greatest ally is benefiting from the attack as it swung American public opinion. Ah, that's right. Islamophobia. Ooh. And what better place to reignite that American patriotism?
You have to be so fucking stupid. Sometimes I watch stuff like this and I worry about how I sound, but I know there's a gulf. You are being talked to like a baby who is playing peekaboo with their mother. You know what I mean? Like it's not just about like the JQing and the conspiracy posting. It's like you're being talked down to like a child. The cadence and the tone.
Then ground zero by installing an Islamic mayor. And we're already seeing it all over Fox News, everywhere you look. The hysteria, the ramp back up. And see, even in the Knesset this week, it was said that the best way our greatest ally could regain American support is through Islamophobia. And so you see, as they're going to tell you how horrible this is, he was our greatest ally's choice. That was the candidate they wanted the entire time. Of course.
Israel wanted Mamdani to win? The single loudest and most effective anti-Israeli advocate in America, who was opposed by every Zionist organization and individual in the country? That's quite the 5D chess plan, yeah.
We got to stoke those fears back up. And again, New York City, ground zero, the perfect place to do it. Remember that patriotism, America. And what really concerns me.
I got linked this guy's video because somebody asked, is it naive of me to think that disillusioned chuds like this can be won over? To which my answer is yes. If you think a conservative who doesn't like Trump can be won over, you have to ask yourself, what reasons are they breaking with Trump? And I have a feeling this guy thinks Trump's too cozy with the Jews.
And I see a lot of other people starting to be concerned about this too, as I've seen a lot of clips and memes going around. And I'll put one up right here that we can look at from my buddy Aaron from Aaron Loves America, is this.
I think we need to look at the positives with Zohran Mamdani getting elected out in New York City. The next false flag at NYC is going to hit different when you have a Muslim mayor that calls for jihad.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it?
Has he called for jihad? Wait, saying that Mamdani calls for jihad is Islamophobic. Aren't you doing the bidding of Israel? Like, unironically, though, if your argument is Islamophobia is a tool used by the Jews to advance the interests of the state of Israel, by arguing that he likes jihad, aren't you literally doing that?
Imagine another T-word attack in New York City while Mamdani is mayor, carried out by Islamic extremists, of course. Backed by who? Iran, I'm sure. We'd have no choice but to start banging the drums of patriotism. We got to head over. We got to defend our greatest ally and ourselves.
As opposed to, like, if Cuomo was mayor, where it definitely wouldn't be used as a pretext for Islamophobia. Is that the implication? If Cuomo was mayor and there was a false flag terrorist attack done by Islamic extremists in New York City, that everyone would just be chill with it? And that the Israel-loving Cuomo wouldn't use that as a way of propagating Israel's interests?
Stabilize another country. And who was the only country that actually had any positive benefit over that 20-year disaster? That's right. So you're all freaking out.
Well, he never, dude, it's such a low IQ, sloppy list fucking, yeah, that's right. What, just say it. Just say your point. Why can no one just say the thing you believe? This is why I argue, like, I don't really conspiracy post. All the stuff that I've said about Epstein, for one, I think perfectly conforms onto a pre-existing framework of Marxist analysis on the behavior of the wealthy. But also, I don't ambiguously post. I just say what I think. You know what I mean? Which group of people? You know the ones. When I say Israel, I mean Israel. When I say Jewish supremacists, I mean Jewish supremacists. When I say Zionists, I mean Zionists. There's not really like a... You don't have to fill in the blanks. I'll tell you what I believe.
Over this communist, Islamic extremist They got exactly who they wanted. That's their candidate, guys.
Mamdani.
You got to pay attention. Now, I'm going to show you something.
You got to pay attention.
Else. Who voted for Zoran? Because this is actually interesting as well. Now, of course, what you would expect up front, young people predominantly, 18 to 44, huge percentages. Well, what about religious breakdown? Now, this gets interesting. Of course, as you'd expect, Muslim.
Wow, Jewish people were literally the most likely group to vote against Mamdani. What a surprise. So, but he was the candidate? But Mamdani was the deep state Jewish candidate? I want to know how he's going to spin this, genuinely. Like, here, I'll move my camera so we can look at his face as he spins this. I want to know. He also kind of paused when it opened. Okay, hold on.
Because this is actually interesting as well. Now, of course, what you would expect up front, young people predominantly, 18 to 44, huge percentages. Well, what about religious breakdown? Now, this gets interesting. Of course, as you'd expect, Muslim.
It's like, now this gets, I feel like it's the first time he's looked at this data. Like he opened it and he expected it to be like, well, Jews voted but 100% for Mamdani or something like that. But I want to see how he spins it. Maybe I'm wrong.
92% to 6%. That's exactly what you'd expect. But this one right here is the most interesting. 32%. Now you want to think that's the lowest, but still, for this radical Islamic extremist.
Okay. I guess that's how Mamdani was the Jews' pick in every way except for the only possible way to determine that.
Anti-Semite. How did 1 in 3 vote for Zoran? That's bizarre. You would think you would have had a 98-2, right?
Dude, he didn't look at the data beforehand. I guarantee it. He opened this expecting it to be a majority Jews having vote for Mamdani, and he looked at this, he was like, well, still, it's suspicious that they were only the least likely category of people to vote for Mamdani. All this is on the fly. Dog, you have to read it ahead of time. Why would you read this? I like Jiang. This guy's a grifter, I think. Look, he's literally doing this right now. He's doing the meme. When people act like this, I assume they're grifters. I don't think actual people act like this. I think Alex Jones wannabes act like this. You know?
But no, you didn't. A huge amount of people did. Now, why would they do that? Why would they vote to make themselves less safe? I don't know. Something interesting to think about. Now, guys, this stuff really is actually...
He doesn't answer a single fucking question, dude. Holy shit. What interesting. I'm just asking questions.
A lot more obvious than you realize. Look at what Trump just put out. Just yesterday.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to...
And why the fuck are we sending money to Nigeria to begin with, by the way? Like foreign aid. We do it to like every country on earth. Nigeria is a pretty poor country.
Do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians.
Now, is what is happening in Nigeria to Christians horrible? Absolutely. And I actually do 100% support stopping it.
Then what are you disagreeing with? What? This guy's like, Islamophobia is a Jewish plot. By the way, I'm Islamophobic, and I agree with every Islamophobic position. What? That Trump video is AI. Dog, shh. That's a real video. This video is from a few months ago, okay? He actually said that.
However, that persecution has been going on since 1953, and nobody's given a shit. Donald Trump hasn't given a shit. You haven't heard him say a f***ing word about this until when? One day after Zoran is elected. And then again, drum up those drums, Islamic extremism. He doesn't care about Christians in Nigeria. This is about raising Islamophobia to bring back support for our greatest ally. Period. Full stop. Don't get f***ing tricked. They lost the intellectual debate, so now they're going to do it through psychological operations, fear-mongering, most likely false flags, because that's their MO. And they count on most Americans not paying attention to this type of stuff beyond very, very surface level.
So Mamdani does control the U.S. government. I just can't get over the fact that the video opened with like the most Jewish man on earth being like, "Hey, Mamdani, you good guy. Maybe you Jew too." And this guy going, how interesting. It's like, okay. It's a compelling case to open with.
Grandmother was Jewish. So, Mr. Mayor, never sleep in secret. We might find out very soon that you're not. Don't hang out with me.
That's interesting.
It's good stuff. All right, yeah. So anyway, I guess the point is like, this is also Epsteinite ideology. It is. It unironically is. Super far right, xenophobic. I agree with Islamophobia. However, you know, I agree that Mamdani is an Islamic terrorist, a jihadist, and so on and so on. But I have this added level of xenophobic scrutiny on top of it, where I think that sharing my positions means that you're part of a Jewish conspiracy, even though I agree with the things that they're saying, allegedly. I have a very simple answer to quote Carlin. It's a big club and you ain't in it. It's not actually a big club. There's like 12 million Jews on Earth. If we're looking at 97.5% of campaign contributions from small dollar donations. Yeah, Jewish dollars. Shekels or something. Small hats wearing the big hats. It was Orthodox Jews who supported Mamdani. Is that true? I feel like the juices just have a race to find the funniest looking hats. We're looking at the wrong guy. Look at the controller. Do you mean comptroller? Now ask yourself who really controls the city. Not the mayor. The comptroller. The guy who backed the mayor and also is anti-Zionist. How about the Holocaust card played over? I have never seen it misspelled like that. The Holocaust. Hey, look, it's the guy who shared this with chat. Tricked, I've been following you from the left, and I like the show a lot. Not all of us are evil. We need to focus on uniting the country, not waiting for the leadership to. Most of us believe in similar things and have similar goals. Not to diminish the areas we disagree with, disrespect your values, but if we let the shareholder class divide us, we will never get the basic drain the swamp Epstein reforms. I don't think he thinks the shareholder class is dividing us. I don't think Valhalla VFT has a problem with the stock market. Like, on principle. Is this actually the guy? No, I'm doing a bit. Amy hearted the... I don't know. So Zaran was a plant by Israel-backed Soros to help promote Israel and Islamophobia, even though Donald Trump actively backed Cuomo. I mean, Donald Trump, and not to mention every Zionist group, and George Soros himself is not really Zionist. I mean, Donald Trump said Zaran won because Trump's name wasn't on the ballot. So if this was all an elevation to raise Islamophobia, why wouldn't Trump just endorse Zaran? Yeah, I'm thrilled to see this comment. I was listening, had to do some serious mental gymnastics to follow what I was saying. Glad you're as confused as I am. Huh, all right. Well, I'm glad there's some dissent, I suppose. Is Firefox working out for you? It's not fucking demolishing my computer quite as hard, so. Your bring back ableism takes being vindicated? Based. Something disaffected Trump voter. Zen browser is amazing and open source. Nope. George Soros' views on anti-Semitism in Israel. When asked what he thought about Israel in The New Yorker, Soros replied, I don't deny Jews the right to a national existence, but I don't want to be a part of it. According to hacked emails released in 2016, Soros' Open Society Foundation has a self-described objective of challenging Israel's racist and anti-democratic policies in international forums, in part by questioning Israel's reputation as a democracy. He's funded NGOs that have been actively critical of Israeli policies, including groups that campaign for the BDS movement against Israel. I wonder, I do think that guy's a grifter, that Valhalla guy. I wonder if you showed him this, if he'd be like, yeah, that's because, like, that's part of the real plan. Like, this is all to throw you off. I just wonder how... Because he saw a graph that showed Jews were the least likely religious group to vote for Mamdani, and his response to it was like, still a lot of them, though. Speaking before a 2003 conference of the Jewish Funders Network, Soros said the admins of George W. Bush in the U.S. and Ariel Sharon in Israel, and even the unintended consequence of some of his own actions, were partly contributing to a new European anti-Semitism. The ADL beefed with that and said Soros's comments held a simplistic and counterproductive view. And he was right, and he was right. In 2017, Israeli businessman Benny Steinmetz filed a $10 million lawsuit against Soros, alleging Soros had influenced the government of Guinea to free Steinmetz's company BSG Resources out of iron ore mining contracts in the African country due to long-standing animus towards the State of Israel. Steinmetz claimed Soros engaged in a smear campaign against him and his companies and blamed Soros for scrutiny of him by American, Israeli, Swiss, and Guinean authorities. So base. Soros is pretty base. Yeah, it's so funny that he's become like the lightning rod for anti-Semitism when he's like easily the biggest, wealthiest, not Zionist Jew. I don't know of any other Jews that are worth that much money that are openly anti-Zionist. Was he in the Epstein files? No! At least not to my knowledge. He's not a Zionist? No, Zionists don't like Soros. Soros said removing President George W. Bush from office was the central focus of my life and a matter of life and death. So fucking based. He said he would sacrifice his entire fortune to defeat Bush if somebody guaranteed it. In December 2023, Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, accused Soros of supporting pro-Palestinian organizations that seek the destruction of the state of Israel as a Jewish state. How is he so bad? He's literally just a liberal. Also, he did, like, survive the Holocaust. So, I don't know. Maybe that's why he doesn't like Israel. He sees so much of that there. Ugh. He's old as fuck. Soros is occasionally in the files, but only due to incidental conspiracy posting. Yeah, like the people around Epstein are also like, Soros. Like, if it's the Epstein files, and even they're like this Jewish conspiracy. It's crazy. The world's a funny place. We gotta wind down. You mind if a white boy takes a peep at this?
Barely 48 hours ago, it looked like peace might be on the cards in Iran. US President Donald Trump, who previously insisted on Iran's unconditional surrender, had what appeared to be a sudden change of heart, announcing a 5-day pause on US strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure after what he described as very good and productive conversations between the US and Iran. Unfortunately, the mood music has since changed. Iran has denied that any negotiations with the US have taken place, and there's now quite a lot of evidence, including a massive troop buildup, that the US is prepping for some sort of ground invasion. So, in this video, we're going to explain why a ground invasion suddenly looks worryingly inevitable, and what it might actually involve. Epstein was ranked 13th in our list of the...
I can't escape them! Everywhere I go, everywhere I look! Ah! Let me out! Oh my god!
The world's most influential people. So in the latest edition of our magazine Too Long, we explain how Epstein remained so influential more than 6 years after his death, and the seemingly endless revelations that continue to raise issues for the powerful people who were once in his orbit. That's just one of 72 pages in the magazine, because as always, there's more to Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. So, let's get straight into it. As we see it, there are 3 things that suggest a US ground invasion is now pretty much inevitable. The first and most obvious sign is the ongoing deployment of ground troops to the region.
Stop acting like they're better than them. Wait! You were the motherfucker yesterday who was mad as fuck that I said that middle schoolers should be able to read a New York Times article. But the other person also brought that up. Are you the same guy? You were mad as fuck. You were crazy, crazy, crazy mad. That I said that kids do, in fact, be reading kind of stupid lately. It's actually just you. We're all imaginary. Fucking knew it.
Specifically to US bases in Israel and Jordan. The New York Times reported on Monday, for instance, that senior military officials in the US were considering deploying the Immediate Response Force from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division, a brigade of around 3,000 soldiers capable of deploying anywhere in the world within 18 hours. This was then essentially confirmed by Fox News on Tuesday, who reported that the so-called command element of the 82nd had been asked to deploy to the Middle East, the first step in a wider deployment. The same day, the Wall Street Journal reported that something like 2,200 US Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, as well as a number of amphibious assault vehicles, including the USS Tripoli and USS New Orleans, were moving towards the Middle East, and are due to arrive on Friday, the same day that Trump's latest Iran deadline expires. This came a few hours after a Jerusalem Post report.
I like the sweater. That's a nice sweater.
Latest Iran deadline expires. This came a few hours after a Jerusalem Post report claimed that, on top of the 82nd Airborne and these Marines, the US was deploying an additional 2,000 sailors to the region. Analysis of open source data also suggests there have been something like 45 transport flights from bases in the continental US to bases in Israel and Jordan since March the 12th. No one knows exactly which units or how many troops were transported in these flights, but lots of these flights came from US bases that house elite units, so it seems like a pretty safe bet to assume that they were carrying more special forces to accompany the units mentioned a second ago. By the time this video comes out, there'll probably have been even more reports of other units deploying to the area, given current trends. Now, it's worth stressing that this deployment is nowhere near big enough for a full-scale ground invasion, which would probably require months of troop build-up, like we saw before Putin's invasion of Ukraine. However, it's also worth stressing that this does look like a pretty sizable contingent of special forces, and while it's possible that this is just a show of force intended to squeeze concessions out of the Iranians, recent history suggests that Trump generally doesn't deploy troops if he isn't planning on using them. So, this ongoing troop buildup is the first and most obvious sign. The second, slightly more subtle sign is the fact that the Trump administration is still asking Congress for an additional $200 billion to fund the war. Even in the context of America's absolutely enormous military budget.
Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow slams Abdul As-Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker, compares Piker to Nick Fuentes. Isn't McMorrow like a hyper-Zionist? I guess this is in the Jewish Insider. Piker, who has a history of anti-Semitic and pro-Hamas remarks. J Street Lib. Isn't it cool how J Street is supposed to be like the cool moderate Zionist wing of the PAC groups, but they'll still compare you to a fucking neo-Nazi for criticizing Israel? That's cool. No such thing as a moderate Zionist? Facts. Bah. Let's read donos. It's been a good day. Close all this. She was the one with the leaked audio of the AIPAC people? That's right, that's right, that's right. That's right. Trump delays Strait of Hormuz deadline as Wall Street has biggest loss of war. How big of a loss? The S&P 500 slumped 1.7% over the day? Oh my God, 1.74%. Jesus Christ. It's been bad? Yeah, no kidding. Look at that 6-month trend, man. Literally, since the war began, just... How's the Dow? The Dow is not doing good. Dow, NASDAQ, Russell. Eesh. Red is good, right? Yeah, if you're an accelerationist, which we are, so... That's the 1-month trend, not 6? Yeah, I know. I clicked on 1. This is 6, but you can see. Total market cap. That's crazy. Look at how powerful the US president is. Total market cap history worldwide. Donald Trump, after invading Iran, look at this. That's crazy, man. Here's the Liberation Day, I assume, tariffs, and now the Iran war. Fantastic. Dude, market cap is so fucking fake. You're really telling me that the total amount of corporate wealth on Earth over the course of 2 years went up by 50%? From $90 trillion up to around 140? So fake. Such a fake fucking measurement. They printed more money. They watched Professor Jang. You have any investment advice? No. I should get a, what are they called? Casio watch. One of those sporty watches. They came out with a new one recently that looks pretty good. The only watch I have is a dress watch. Look at this beautiful shirt.
Both of these shirts are button-ups, but only one of them is a button-down. So where's the difference? Well, it's right about there, on the collar.
I love this shirt.
It's pretty simple. A button-down is just a shirt with a collar that buttons down. Though that does seem kind of boring.
Doesn't this look really nice? It's so simple. It's literally just like jeans, a big belt, and a shirt. But it looks so good just because they're good jeans and a good belt and a good shirt. Belt's cool. Yeah, that looks double RL. In fact, I'd bet anything that's double RL. One of their studded belts. Oh yeah, here it is, the new Casio watch. It'd be nice to have a Casio. I don't know how expensive. Aren't they supposed to be cheap, Casios? I don't know anything about watches. I know nothing. Why can't I? There it is. classic Casio is cheap. Yeah, getting like a kind of a cute little custom-made one sounds nice, but only if it's not
Casio
expensive.
just released
Casio
this new
shouldn't be
model,
expensive.
and we're going to see how well it mods. So this was my first time opening this model, and something a little residue eye module are revealed. But this is going to be a very popular model due to those large
I don't know. I think it's cute.
digits. Casio just released this.
Oh, the liked playlist. Yeah, it's cute as hell. My enthusiasm for it kind of went down after the ending came out. Just found out the boots have been waiting months for restock without me knowing, and my size is sold out. Oof, that sucks. Chainsaw Chud, that's me. Yeah, the original Casio is good. It's a classic for a reason, you know? All right. We should read some donos. Apes in the Plan, thanks the tier 3 sub. Flying back from Seattle on the red eye. You have a beautiful city. I miss Ferns and Moss. I love Ferns and Moss. I'm glad you had a good time in Seattle. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Miru VR, thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs and the 666 yesterday. Hey Vosh, today's my 29th birthday and I got a little money, so I'm putting it into futures, American futures, by donating to you, the only real leftist here. Thank you, Miru VR. And happy birthday. Happy birthday yesterday. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad you reached out to PV too. They need all the help they can get. Thank you. Very kind of you. Cheeky Licks, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. I really appreciate that. Jackberry, thank you for the $40. The FCC functionally banned all new residential routers? What? The only routers the FCC will approve are from Starlink or your ISP. PC Mag has a good article. What? FCC router ban? The US has banned foreign-made routers. Okay. I'll have to read up on this. Okay. That's okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know about this. Jizzy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Cheeky Licks, thank you for the 5. FDR did not save the country. The labor movement did. Yes, I mean, power flows from the bottom up, right? FDR did not steer the country in the direction that he took it single-handedly. He was able to mobilize and work off of a popular movement. That's true. It's important to understand where power comes from. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Lord Harvey, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. In school, I asked why Great Expectations was better than random fantasy novel. No one had an answer that other than because it is. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Well, sure, a lot of people jerk off the classics just because they think they ought to. You know? That being said, I'm not a relativist on this. I do think that some things are better written than other things. I do think that there is a way to... It might be subjective or it might be intersubjective, but I do think you can determine good from bad writing. In my opinion. SamFan155, thank you for the insanely kind $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Lemon, I agree. Thank you, thank you. Poopamans, thank you for the $5. Hydroloys, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Bull Cypher, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Coincidentally, a couple days before you started your Start Reading Books messaging, my Chud coworker and I started doing Sudoku puzzles and crosswords daily. Really? That's nice. No, it's good. It's good. It's good to take any opportunity you can to, you know, exercise your brain a little bit. 100%. Keep your brain sharp. Absolutely. Sudoku is very fun. Between Two Fires has good prose. Yeah, I got it. Look, maybe I'll start reading it today. Maybe that can be my project, you know? Otter Attack, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Beginning penance for 5-ish years of freeloading off you, Pippo Hug. Hey! This fucking guy. You think you shoplifted my stream content every day for years, and now you're coming back with repayment? I want interest. No, I'm kidding, of course. Thank you very much. Little Kanga, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Sintus, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for being here to watch me cognitively crumble as I do every stream. Iron Pawn, thank you for the $5. I will 100% be looking at the LA election. Absolutely, I will. Liquac, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. The Ghostmaker, thank you for the $5. About the literary arc, if you're willing to look up my favorite prose in English starts, they heard somewhere in that tenantless night, McCarthy equals genius. You can't say McCarthy is genius. That's problematic these days. What am I looking for? All the pretty horses? Sure, I'll read it. Sure. They heard somewhere in that tenantless night a bell that tolled and ceased where no bell was, and they rode out on the round dais of the earth, which alone was dark and no lights to it, and which carried their figures and bore them up into the swarming stars, so that they rode not under them but among them. And there was a pop-up on the screen. It interrupted me. And they rode at once jaunty and circumspect, like thieves newly loosed in that dark electric, like young thieves in a glowing orchard, loosely jacketed against the cold and 10,000 worlds for the choosing. Well, that's certainly a sentence. It's beautiful. Quite a long sentence. People often forget, like, the point of prose isn't to imitate speech, you know? No more so than the point of film is to perfectly imitate the POV perspective of your eyeballs in a scene, you know? Yeah, you're painting with words. Good comparison. You're good at those. I do think that I'm good with comparisons, and I think that's because of the debates and the politics. Comparisons are incredibly useful when you're covering politics. Metaphor isn't. So I think I struggle with that. If I tried to write a book, and I never would, but if I did try to, I think my comparisons would be on point, and I think that my metaphorical language would be stilted and probably sophomoric. You know, would not be interesting. Oy oy. Oi. When did you do debates? I found you pretty recently. I did them all the time in the first couple of years of my channel, but over time I grew less interested in them and I found them less productive. It's not really like a long-standing moral opposition, you know. If ever an opportunity presented itself, I enjoy a conversation. It's just for the most part, they're so tedious. The Ghostmaker, thank you for the $5 and the recommendation. Lunacy Epidemic, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Dumped my Spotify premium, using the money to finally pay you and Jesse Dullamore for the value you both bring. Nice, thank you. I don't know who Jesse is, but, you know, I appreciate you throwing it out for us both, throwing it back. Canary Coal Miner, thank you for the $50. Hell yeah. Hey, Vosh, long time, first time since the George Floyd era of your content. Going to Tokyo this week. Do you have any fashion/shop recommendations? Take care. Okay, I'm going to defer you to somebody who knows more than me, because I have never gone shopping in Tokyo. I went there long before the fashion arc. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. Here's the YouTuber that you want to be looking for. Drew Joyner. Smart guy, great stuff, great content. I'm a big fan of his channel. He often shops in Tokyo. And he has a phenomenal style. I mean, like, really, really, really. I mean, he's beautiful. And I don't even mean like the face or whatever, though he's very handsome. I mean like the art piece that he becomes when he dresses. It's extraordinary stuff. He has so many styles too. It's not just traditional heritage menswear. Okay.
JFK Jr. this, Carolyn Bassett that. My outfit was inspired by neither of them today. Today I'm wearing the iconic Capitol ring coat. It's iconic because the jacket has all these different buttons and can be worn in about 100 different ways depending on the way you fasten the buttons. Underneath I'm wearing a jacket that is made entirely out of baguette carpets. This jacket I picked up in Paris, France, double-breasted, cropped in the body. super unique. Pockets on the chest. Engineered garments vest. Vintage Polo Ralph Lauren button down. Polo Ralph Lauren tie. Don't worry, I didn't forget the pants. They are engineered garments.
So good. You should watch his videos for some suggestions. He looks good as hell. I've never seen something like this. This like this double button cardigan. I've never seen an item like that. Man, he knows what he's doing.
Jackets, and it's not for the reasons you might think. It's a capital bomber, kind of Sukujin style. Here's the side. Other side. It says Japan right here. It's one of my favorites because, well, watch this.
It turns into a pillow. Isn't that cute? Jacket Japan, yeah, but then the jacket in question is actually like really goated. You know what? Like you can do thing Japan when it's capital. You actually can do that. I would like a nice utility jacket. I would like a good short coat. The short coat that I own is unfortunately just not very practical. And I like this short coat a lot, but it's not very fashionable. And it's not like I work hard enough that I shouldn't be prioritizing fashion.
What happens when the best of Japan meets the best of America. This is the Taliesin's denim chore jacket. It is probably one of the most functional jacket ever made. It has that vintage chore coat look, but Taliesin added extra pockets. On the left-hand side, you have this really deep pocket where you can put newspaper or if you want to hold a baguette in there. On the outside,
I like this one. I'd like it more if it was a bit more cropped and boxy. I think its silhouette is a bit unflattering, especially for me. But it is a very good jacket.
Regular chore jacket pockets, and right here you have this slanted sunglasses pocket, and on the other side you have this pencil holder with buttons on the two pockets. The jacket itself is made in San Francisco. Taliesin tries really hard to keep all the manufacturing in the USA, but the denim itself is actually from Japan. It is from the legendary Kaihara mills. Taliesin put in a lot of effort to make the denim as close to the original white oak code mill as possible. On the inside, you have selvage ID all across the jacket.
That's
three
beautiful.
different weights. The 12
using the selvage even on the inside of the collar, man.
Have selvage ID all across the jacket. 3 different weights. The 12 ounce.
It's good to have like a utility jacket. This is just good practical advice, not just fashion. A big comfortable jacket that's oversized, like a bit relaxed, and has a million pockets, because you want that for travel. You want that when you're flying. You want that when you're in a different country. That's your utility jacket, you know? Just very practical. M65. Yeah, it can be an M65 for sure. For sure. Anyway, Canary Coal Miner. Look for Drew Joyner. That's what you want to be looking for. Liquac. Oh, I already said thank you. Shootbang, thank you for the $10. Is it fucked up that every time Epstein comes up, I think of this Conan bit? I can't watch a Conan bit. I'm very sorry.
Figures in our... And yeah...
Nah, Conan's podcast is definitely content ID, I'm afraid. Jeff Epstein. I just have a backpack. Is that bad? No, of course not. I like carrying all my stuff in my pockets. Horizon, thank you for the $5. I welcome the return of Crazy Chud Reacts. More spirit science, please. Dude, like, all political content is spirit science now. Pumpernickel, thanks for the $5. You gonna make it to No Kings this weekend? Make it to? I don't know. I didn't have any plan to attend. WBGN, thank you for the $5. Utah's GOP's last attempt to stop redistricting has failed. Nice. Fuck you. Let Salt Lake City have its own goddamn congressional district. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Go for the Casio watch. It looks awesome. Is it the classic? Like the boxy... I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know if I can make this work. I don't know if I've got that sauce in me. I don't think I do. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Brian McKee, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Congratulations on starting estrogen, Brian McKee. Nice. Might want to change that YouTube name, huh? Sometime soon? Flash EXE, thank you for the $2. Awesome Gaming, McDuffie, and Still Alive, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Climate stuff, yeah. Star Pilot, thank you for the $2. Quail and goats are S-tier animals for food. I mean, goat meat's often quite good. I don't know if I've ever eaten quail. Phil Cheesesteaks, thank you for the $10. The only energy source that can do total decarbonization is nuclear fission, a complete source of energy, unlike weather, energy collection like wind and solar. Grid batteries are an Elon Musk grift. I don't think that's true. I do not think that grid batteries are an Elon Musk grift. I don't think that's true. I'm pro-nuclear development, but it takes years to build nuclear power plants, and we need to up our energy production like now, like yesterday, immediately. I just don't know. I don't know why every time I bring up solar, there's this like core contingent of people who get mad at me and argue that solar is a distraction from the real thing, which is nuclear. That's just not true. If anything, it feels like the opposite to me right now. Over the past 50 years, nuclear has stayed about the same level of viable, whereas over the past 50 years, solar has gone from impossible to like the cheapest form of energy, you know? So I feel like, if anything, nuclear is the distraction from solar, but I'm not against nuclear All right, well, fine, that's fine. Malon Miller, thanks for the $2. Enjoy Disco Elysium. Sean Riordan, thank you for the $5. Red Baron, Abe Lincoln, and Red Baron again, thank you for the £2, dollars, and pounds, respectively. Yeah, we're back. Bruha, 641, thank you for the two $5 donos. Have you heard Europe is totally unprepared for this war? Yeah, I mean, nobody is. The global supply economy, the global supply lines just can't handle this kind of disruption. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the two $5 donos. I hope you're able to leave Florida soon, friend. Victorious Gardensaurus, thank you for the $5. ASMR Nostalgia, thank you for the $10. Would you kill baby Hitler? Would you introduce wealthy New York City socialite Donald J. Trump to the concept of drag in the 1970s? Ding. For sure. Oh, he knows. He's already a damn queen. Zoe Spencer and Awesome Gaming, thank you for the $5. Both. Lame transitioning is the best thing I ever did. You people are not getting me. Hello? Huh. That's odd. I dropped a bunch of frames before OBS disconnected. I have to assume that's some issue with my regional internet. I don't know what that was. So sorry about that. Anyway, you're not making me trans. That's my point. Awesome Gaming, thank you for the $5. Flop Bingus Republic, thank you for the $2. Zoidamus, Joel Tura, and Balls Deep, thank you for the $5 all. I do not think that Americans will be drafted. I would be shocked if they were. I do not think that's going to happen. Awesome Gaming, thank you for the $5. How much oil is left for the United States so the real imperialists will feel the pain? There is plenty of oil in the United States, and if we reprioritized I guess just our economy in general, if we really buckled the fuck in, we could survive this. But look, unfortunately, America is going to be one of the countries hurt the least by what we're doing to the world, but we will still be hurt. What should I wear for my university's career fair? Men's business professional. My personal opinion, it's college, it's business. You got to go preppy. Chinos, Oxford cloth button down, and a blazer. Mwah. Oh, it's so beautiful. Ooh. Go for some Ivy League. No tie. Well, you can do a tie if you want. But only do that if you want to. This is the quintessential Ivy League look. Well, actually, there are problems here. There are problems here, folks. I'm seeing problems. It's almost there. Here are the problems. For one, jeans too slim. Not jeans, chinos. Chinos too slim. Two, you should be wearing white socks. Pants too short. That is a great collar roll. No criticisms there. This jacket too slim. Also... Okay. I wanted to see if this was an orphan suit jacket, and it's not. These buttons are not tonal, which means this is, in fact, a blazer. But I want to see those gold. Also, this jacket's too slim in my opinion, but I always, you know, I always think that. Belt could be dressier. I think the belt's okay, but yeah, maybe. Good shirt roll though. That's a nice shirt roll. Proper cloth? Maybe. Who knows? James and Saint Cien, thanks the $2 both. Joel Tira and Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $5 both. No, Professor Jiang is very much like Jordan Peterson, but somehow less coherent and more bigoted. I canvassed for Oliver Larkin in his district in Florida. So far, campaigning for him has been a wonderful experience. Best way to go outside. Nice! I'm really happy to hear you've been having a good time. Nice. Layman Laid Back, thank you for the $5. Long-time viewer, second-time voter. I'm a South Carolina National Guardsman. We all hate Lindsey Graham in Israel. Sprinkle some groypers and leftists among the chuds. That's true. Pretty soon there will be no hardline MAGA types anymore. It's all going to be groypers and chuds. Curious why you didn't give the Jiang video an honest watch through? You are the same guy! You are the same person as the other guy. Why are you mentally ill? Stop. Choose the account you want to be. Are you Om Namah Shivaya, or are you the other one? You have to choose. Yeah, the fucking basketball chess. Which one are you? What's the point of having two accounts? But oh fuck, this person is Indian. That would explain. That would explain a few things. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $5. Can't make you trans, can't make you wear a CPAP. You really are a lost cause. I love being belligerent. Thank you. AI, actual Indian. That's funny. To be fair, I'm also Indian. Good! There's nothing wrong with that. But, listen, okay? If you're Indian, you need to learn to take the butt of jokes that are not racist. You make jokes about us. Also, America is declining, and in 100 years, you will have a population of like 2.3 billion. Okay? We're all going to be speaking Urdu. So don't come at me with your, you know, you're making jokes. The future is Indian. Urdu, not Urdu. Hindi, sorry. They wouldn't want... Yeah, Urdu's Pakistani. Sorry, I got it mixed up. Sorry, my brain was pre-partition there. Why Urdu? Because my brain was pre-partitioned, because I don't see... It's like being race blind. I don't see India and Pakistan. I just see one Indian super subcontinent. You're done for? Fuck you. The U.S. is dropping mines in civilian areas in Iran now. Big deal. I've done that. All right. Just had to wait for the last one. Sake, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Not gonna lie, as someone who had the best sleep of his life after scuba diving for 12 hours over 3 days, CPAPs are capped by comparison for oxygen flow. Yeah, that's true. I don't need a CPAP. What I need to do is hyper-pressurize my bedroom with double oxygenated air, you know? I just need to pressurize my bedroom like an aircraft cabin. Okay, Namah Shivaya, I'm permabanning you on this account, so you stick to the other one. Is that fair? Can I get you to agree on that? I don't know why the fuck you're sock puppeting. But like, if I ban you here, will you stick to the other one? I don't want this to be a bit every time. Ban the other one? Why? Because the other one is the chud tag? Mods, ban the other one and add the chud tag to Om Namah Shivaya. Trying to fucking escape. Piece of shit. All right. I'll be here tomorrow. Take care. Oh, Newts, that's an IP ban. That might get both of them. Are they sharing an IP address, or were they using a VPN for one of them? Whatever. I'm sure you'll figure it out. All right. I love you all very much. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Drink water. Peace.